Section 15 of World's War Events by Francis J. Reynolds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Gas, Second Battle of Ypres, Colonel E.D. Swinton. Since the last summary, there has been a sudden development in the situation on our front, and very heavy fighting has taken place to the north and northeast of Ypres, which can be said to have assumed the importance of a second battle for that town. With the aid of a method of warfare up to now never employed by nations sufficiently civilized to consider themselves bound by international agreements solemnly ratified by themselves and favored by the atmospheric conditions, the Germans have put into effect an attack which they have evidently contemplated and prepared for some time. Before the battle began, our line in this quarter ran from the crossroads at Brudsint, east of Zonnebreck, on the Ypres Moorsledge Road, to the crossroads half a mile north of St. Julien, on the Ypres Polkapelle Road, roughly following the crest of what is now known as the Grafenstaffel Ridge. The French prolonged the line west of the Ypres Polkapelle Road, whence their trenches ran around the north of Langmark to Steenstraate on the Yperlee Canal. The area covered by the initial attack is that between the canal and the Ypres Polkapelle Road, though it was afterward extended to the west of the canal and to the east of the road. An effort on the part of the Germans in this direction was not unexpected, since movement of troops and transport behind their front line had been detected for some days. Its peculiar and novel nature, however, was a surprise which was largely responsible for the measure of success achieved. Taking advantage of the fact that at this season of the year the wind not infrequently blows from the north, they secretly brought up apparatus for emitting asphyxiating vapor or gas and distributed it along the section of their front line opposite that of our allies west of Langmark, which faced almost due north. Their plan was to make a sudden onslaught southwestward, which, if successful, might enable them to gain the crossings on the canal south of Bixschute and place them well behind the British left in a position to threaten Ypres. The attack was originally fixed for Tuesday, the 20th, but since all chances of success depended on the action of the asphyxiating vapor, it was postponed, the weather being unfavorable. On Thursday, the 22nd, the wind blew steadily from the north, and that afternoon, all being ready, the Germans put their plan into execution. Since then, events have moved so rapidly and the situation has moved so frequently that it is difficult to give a consecutive and clear story of what happened, but the following account represents as nearly as can be the general course of events. The details of the gas apparatus employed by them are given separately, as also those of the asphyxiating grenades, bombs, and shells of which they have been throwing hundreds. At some time between 4 and 5 p.m., the Germans started operations by releasing gases with the result that a cloud of poisonous vapor rolled swiftly before the wind from their trenches toward those of the French west of Langmark, held by a portion of the French colonial division. Allowing sufficient time for the fumes to take full effect on the troops facing them, the Germans charged forward over the practically unresisting enemy in their immediate front, and, penetrating through the gap thus created, pressed on silently and swiftly to the south and west. By their sudden eruption, they were able to overrun and surprise a large proportion of the French troops billeted behind the front line in this area, and to bring some of the French guns as well as our own under a hot rifle fire at close range. The first intimation that all was not well to the north was conveyed to our troops holding the left of the British line between 5 and 6 p.m. by the withdrawal of some of the French colonials and the sight of the wall of vapor following them. Our flank being thus exposed, the troops were ordered to retire on St. Julien, with their left parallel to, but to the west of the high road. The splendid resistance of these troops, who saved the situation, has already been mentioned by the commander-in-chief. Meanwhile, apparently waiting till their infantry had penetrated well behind the Allies' line, The Germans had opened a hot artillery fire upon the various tactical points to the north of Ypres, the bombardment being carried out with ordinary high-explosive shell and shrapnel of various calibers, and also with projectiles containing asphyxiating gas. About this period, our men in reserve near Ypres, seeing the shells bursting, had gathered in groups, discussing the situation and questioning some scattered bodies of Turcos who had appeared. Suddenly a staff officer rode up shouting, "Stand to your arms!" And in a few minutes the troops had fallen in and were marching northward to the scene of the fight. Nothing more impressive can be imagined than the sight of our men falling in quietly in perfect order on their alarm posts amid the scene of wild confusion caused by the panic-stricken refugees who swarmed along the roads. In the meantime, to the north and northeast of the town, a confused fight was taking place, which gave proof not only of great gallantry and steadiness on the part of the troops referred to above, but of remarkable presence of mind on the part of their leaders. Behind the wall of vapor, which had swept across fields, through woods, and over hedgerows, came the German firing line, the men's mouths and nose, it is stated, protected by pads soaked in a solution of bicarbonate of soda. Closely following them again came the supports. These troops, hurrying forward with their formations somewhat broken up by the obstacles encountered in their path, looked like a huge mob bearing down upon the town. A battery of 4.7-inch guns a little beyond the left of our line was surprised and overwhelmed by them in a moment. Further to the rear and in a more easterly direction were several field batteries, and before they could come into action, the Germans were within a few hundred yards. Not a gun, however, was lost. One battery, taken in flank, swung around, fired on the enemy at point-blank range, and checked the rush. Another opened fire with the guns pointing in almost opposite directions, the enemy being on three sides of them. It was under the very heavy cannonade opened about this time by the Germans and threatened by the advance of vastly superior numbers that our infantry on our left steadily and without any sign of confusion slowly retired to St. Julien, fighting every step. Help was not long in arriving, for some of our reserves near Ypres had stood to arms as soon as they were aware of the fact that the French line had been forced, and the officers, on their own initiative, without waiting for orders, led them forward to meet the advancing enemy, who, by this time, were barely 2 miles from the town. These battalions attacked the Germans with a bayonet, and then ensued a melee in which our men more than held their own, both sides losing very heavily. One German battalion seems to have been especially severely handled, the colonel being captured among several other prisoners. Other reinforcements were thrown in as they came up, and when night fell, the fighting continued by moonlight, our troops driving back the enemy by repeated bayonet charges, in the course of which our heavy guns were recaptured. By then, the situation was somewhat restored in the area immediately north of Ypres. Further to the west, however, the enemy had forced their way over the canal, occupying Steenstraate and a crossing at Het-Stast, about 3/4 of a mile south of the former place, and had established themselves at various points on the west bank. All night long the shelling continued, and about 1:30 a.m., 2 heavy attacks were made on our line in the neighborhood of Broedsend, east of Zonnebeck. These were both repulsed. The bombardment of Ypres itself and its neighborhood had by now redoubled in intensity, and a part of the town was in flames. In the early morning of Friday, the 23rd, we delivered a strong counterattack northward in cooperation with the French. Our advance progressed for some little distance, reaching the edge of the wood about half a mile west of St. Julien and penetrating it. Here our men got into the Germans with a bayonet, and the latter suffered heavily. The losses were also severe on our side, for the advance had to be carried out across the open. But in spite of this, nothing could exceed the dash with which it was conducted. One man, and his case is typical of the spirit shown by the troops, who had had his rifle smashed by a bullet, continued to fight with an entrenching tool. Even many of the wounded made their way out of the fight with some article of German equipment as a memento. About 11 a.m., not being able to progress further, our troops dug themselves in, the line then running from St. Julian practically due west for about a mile, whence it curved southwestward before turning north to the canal near Boissing. Broadly speaking, on the section of the front then occupied by us, the result of the operations had been to remove to some extent the wedge which the Germans had driven into the Allied line, and the immediate danger was over. During the afternoon, our counterattack made further progress south of Pilkum, thus straightening the line still more. Along the canal, the fighting raged fiercely, our allies making some progress here and there. During the night, however, the Germans captured Luzerne, a village on the main road from Ypres to Steenstraate. When the morning of the 24th came, the situation remained much the same, but the enemy, who had thrown several bridges across the canal, continued to gain ground to the west. On our front, the Germans, under cover of their gas, made a further attack between 3 and 4 a.m. to the east of St. Julian and forced back a portion of our line. Nothing else in particular occurred until about midday, when large bodies of the enemy were seen advancing down the Ypres-Pau-Capelle road towards St. Julian. Soon after, a very strong attack developed against that village and the section of the line east of it. Under the pressure of these fresh masses, our troops were compelled to fall back, contesting every inch of ground and making repeated counterattacks. But until late at night, a gallant handful, some 200 to 300 strong, held out in St. Julian. During the night, the line was reestablished north of the hamlet of Fortuin, about 700 yards further to the rear. All this time, the fighting along the canal continued, the enemy forcing their way across near Boissing and holding Hetzas, Steenstraate, and Luzerne strongly. The French counterattacked in the afternoon, captured 50 prisoners, and made some further progress toward Pilkum. The Germans, however, were still holding the west bank firmly, although the Belgian artillery had broken the bridge behind them at Steenstraate. On the morning of Sunday, the 4th day of the battle, we made a strong counterattack on St. Julian, which gained some ground but was checked in front of the village. To the west of it, we reached a point a few hundred yards south of the wood, which had been the objective on the 23rd, and which we had had to relinquish subsequently. In the afternoon, the Germans made repeated assaults in great strength on our line near Broedsinde. These were backed up by a tremendous artillery bombardment under the throwing of asphyxiating bombs, but all were beaten off with great slaughter to the enemy, and 45 prisoners fell into our hands. When night came, the situation remained unchanged. This determined offensive on the part of the enemy, although it has menaced Ypres itself, has not so far the appearance of a great effort to break the line and capture the Channel ports. Its initial success was gained by the surprise rendered possible by the use of a device which Germany pledged herself not to employ. End of section 15. Section 16 of World's War Events by Francis J. Reynolds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. The Canadians at Ypres, by the Canadian Record Officer. On April 22nd, the Canadian Division held a line of roughly 5,000 yards, extending in a northwesterly direction from the Ypres-Roulais Railway to the Ypres-Pau-Capelle Road and connecting at its terminus with the French troops. The division consisted of 3 infantry brigades, in addition to the artillery brigades. Of the infantry brigades, the first was in reserve, the second was on the right, and the third established contact with the Allies at the point indicated above. The day was a peaceful one, warm and sunny, and except that the previous day had witnessed a further bombardment of the stricken town of Ypres, everything seemed quiet in front of the Canadian line. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, a plan, carefully prepared, was put into execution against our French allies on the left. Asphyxiating gas of great intensity was projected into their trenches, probably by means of forced pumps and pipes laid out under the parapets. The fumes, aided by a favorable wind, floated backward, poisoning and disabling over an extended area those who fell under their effect. The result was that the French were compelled to give ground for a considerable distance. The glory which the French army has won in this war would make it impertinent to labor the compelling nature of the poisonous discharges under which the trenches were lost. The French did, as everyone knew they would do, all that stout soldiers could do, and the Canadian Division, officers and men, look forward to many occasions in the future in which they will stand side by side with the brave armies of France. The immediate consequences of this enforced withdrawal were, of course, extremely grave. The 3rd Brigade of the Canadian Division was without any left, or, in other words, its left was in the air. It became imperatively necessary greatly to extend the Canadian lines to the left rear. It was not, of course, practicable to move the 1st Brigade from reserve at a moment's notice, and the line extending from 5,000 to 9,000 yards was naturally not the line that had been held by the Allies at 5 o'clock, and a gap still existed on its left. It became necessary for Brigadier General Turner, commanding the 3rd Brigade, to throw back his left flank southward to protect his rear. In the course of the confusion which followed upon the readjustments of position, the enemy, who had advanced rapidly after his initial successes, took 4 British 4.7 guns in a small wood to the west of the village of St. Julien, 2 miles in the rear of the original French trenches. The story of the Second Battle of Ypres is the story of how the Canadian Division, enormously outnumbered, for they had in front of them at least 4 divisions, supported by immensely heavy artillery, with a gap still existing, though reduced, in their lines, and with dispositions made hurriedly under the stimulus of critical danger, fought through the day and through the night, and then through another day and night, fought under their officers until, as happened to so many, those perished gloriously, and then fought from the impulsion of sheer valor because they came from fighting stock. The enemy, of course, was aware, whether fully or not may perhaps be doubted, of the advantage his breach in the line had given him, and immediately began to push a formidable series of attacks upon the whole of the newly formed Canadian salient. If it is possible to distinguish when the attack was everywhere so fierce, it developed with particular intensity at this moment upon the apex of the newly formed line, running in the direction of St. Julien. It has already been stated that 4 British guns were taken in a wood comparatively early in the evening of the 22nd. In the course of that night, and under the heaviest machine gun fire, this wood was assaulted by the Canadian-Scottish 16th Battalion of the 3rd Brigade and the 10th Battalion of the 2nd Brigade, which was intercepted for this purpose on its way to a reserve trench. The battalions were respectively commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Leckie and Lieutenant Colonel Boyle, and after a most fierce struggle in the light of a misty moon, they took the position at the point of the bayonet. At midnight, the 2nd Battalion, under Colonel Watson, and the Toronto Regiment, Queen's Own 3rd Battalion, under Lieutenant Colonel Rennie, both of the 1st Brigade, brought up much-needed reinforcement, and though not actually engaged in the assault, were in reserve. All through the following days and nights, these battalions shared the fortunes and misfortunes of the 3rd Brigade. An officer who took part in the attack describes how the men about him fell under the fire of the machine guns, which, in his phrase, played upon them like a watering pot. He added quite simply, "I wrote my own life off." But the line never wavered. When one man fell, another took his place, and with a final shout, the survivors of the 2 battalions flung themselves into the wood. The German garrison was completely demoralized, and the impetuous advance of the Canadians did not cease until they reached the far side of the wood and entrenched themselves there in the position so dearly gained. They had, however, the disappointment of finding that the guns had been blown up by the enemy, and later on in the same night, a most formidable concentration of artillery fire, sweeping the wood as a tropical storm sweeps the leaves from a forest, made it impossible for them to hold the position for which they had sacrificed so much. The fighting continued without intermission all through the night, and to those who observed the indications that the attack was being pushed with ever-growing strength, it hardly seemed possible that the Canadians, fighting in positions so difficult to defend and so little the subject of deliberate choice, could maintain their resistance for any long period. At 6 a.m. on Friday, it became apparent that the left was becoming more and more involved, and a powerful German attempt to outflank it developed rapidly. The consequences, if it had been broken or outflanked, need not be insisted upon. They were not merely local. It was therefore decided, formidable as the attempt undoubtedly was, to try and give relief by a counterattack upon the first line of German trenches, now far, far advanced from those originally occupied by the French. This was carried out by the Ontario 1st and 4th Battalions of the 1st Brigade, under Brigadier General Mercer, acting in combination with a British brigade. It is safe to say that the youngest private in the rank, as he set his teeth for the advance, knew the task in front of him, and the youngest subaltern knew all that rested upon its success. It did not seem that any human being could live in the shower of shot and shell which began to play upon the advancing troops. They suffered terrible casualties. For a short time, every other man seemed to fall, but the attack was pressed ever closer and closer. The 4th Canadian Battalion at one moment came under a particularly withering fire. For a moment, not more, it wavered. Its most gallant commanding officer, Lieutenant Colonel Burchell, carrying, after an old fashion, a light cane, coolly and cheerfully rallied his men and, at the very moment when his example had infected them, fell dead at the head of his battalion. With a hoarse cry of anger they sprang forward, for indeed they loved him, as if to avenge his death. The astonishing attack which followed, pushed home in the face of direct frontal fire made in broad daylight by battalions whose names should live forever in the memories of soldiers, was carried to the first line of German trenches. After a hand-to-hand struggle, the last German who resisted was bayoneted, and the trench was won. The measure of this success may be taken when it is pointed out that this trench represented in the German advance the apex in the breach which the enemy had made in the original line of the Allies, and that it was 2.5 miles south of that line. This charge, made by men who looked death indifferently in the face, for no man who took part in it could think that he was likely to live, saved, and that was much, the Canadian left. But it did more. Up to the point where the assailants conquered or died, it secured and maintained during the most critical moment of all the integrity of the Allied line. For the trench was not only taken, it was held thereafter against all comers, and in the teeth of every conceivable projectile until the night of Sunday the 25th, when all that remained of the war-broken but victorious battalions was relieved by fresh troops. It is necessary now to return to the fortunes of the 3rd Brigade, commanded by Brigadier General Turner, which, as we have seen, at 5 o'clock on Thursday was holding the Canadian left, and after the first attack assumed the defense of the new Canadian salient, at the same time sparing all the men it could to form an extemporized line between the Wood and St. Julian. This brigade also was at the first moment of the German offensive made the object of an attack by the discharge of poisonous gas. The discharge was followed by 2 enemy assaults. Although the fumes were extremely poisonous, they were not, perhaps having regard to the wind, so disabling as on the French lines, which ran almost east to west, and the brigade, though affected by the fumes, stoutly beat back the 2 German assaults. Encouraged by this success, it rose to the supreme effort required by the assault on the Wood, which has already been described. At 4 o'clock on the morning of Friday, the 23rd, a fresh emission of gas was made both upon the 2nd Brigade, which held the line running northeast, and upon the 3rd Brigade, which, as has been fully explained, had continued the line up to the pivotal point, as defined above, and had then spread down in a southeasterly direction. It is perhaps worth mentioning that two privates of the 48th Highlanders who found their way into the trenches commanded by Colonel Lipsett, 90th Winnipeg Rifles, 8th Battalion, perished in the fumes, and it was noticed that their faces became blue immediately after dissolution. The Royal Highlanders of Montreal, 13th Battalion, and the 48th Highlanders, 15th Battalion, were more especially affected by the discharge. The Royal Highlanders, though considerably shaken, remained immovable upon their ground. The 48th Highlanders, which no doubt received a more poisonous discharge, was for the moment dismayed, and indeed their trench, according to the testimony of very hardened soldiers, became intolerable. The battalion retired from the trench, but for a very short distance and for an equally short time. In a few moments they were again their own men. They advanced upon and occupied the trenches which they had momentarily abandoned. In the course of the same night, the 3rd Brigade, which had already displayed a resource, a gallantry, and a tenacity for which no eulogy could be excessive, was exposed, and with it the whole Allied case, to a peril still more formidable. It has been explained, and indeed the fundamental situation made the peril clear, that several German divisions were attempting to crush or drive back this devoted brigade, and in any event to use their enormous numerical superiority to sweep around and overwhelm its left wing. At some point in the line which cannot be precisely determined, the last attempt partially succeeded, and in the course of this critical struggle, German troops in considerable, though not in overwhelming numbers, swung past the unsupported left of the brigade, and slipping in between the wood and St. Julien, added to the torturing anxieties of the long-drawn struggle by the appearance, and indeed for the moment the reality, of isolation from the brigade base. In the exertions made by the 3rd Brigade during this supreme crisis, it is almost impossible to single out one battalion without injustice to others, but though the efforts of the Royal Highlanders of Montreal, 13th Battalion, were only equal to those of the other battalions who did such heroic service, it so happened by chance that the fate of some of its officers attracted special attention. Major Norsworth, already almost disabled by a bullet wound, was bayoneted and killed while he was rallying his men with easy cheerfulness. The case of Captain McQuaig, of the same battalion, was not less glorious, although his death can claim no witness. This most gallant officer was seriously wounded in a hurriedly constructed trench at a moment when it would have been possible to remove him to safety. He absolutely refused to move and continued in the discharge of his duty. But the situation grew constantly worse, and peremptory orders were received for an immediate withdrawal. Those who were compelled to obey them were most insistent to carry with them, at whatever risk to their own mobility and safety, an officer to whom they were devotedly attached. But he, knowing it may be better than they, the exertions which still lay in front of them, and unwilling to inflict upon them the disabilities of a maimed man, very resolutely refused, and asked of them one thing only, that there should be given to him, as he lay alone in the trench, 2 loaded Colt revolvers to add to his own, which lay in his right hand as he made his last request. And so, with 3 revolvers ready to his hand for use, a very brave officer waited to sell his life, wounded and racked with pain, in an abandoned trench. On Friday afternoon, the left of the Canadian line was strengthened by important reinforcements of British troops amounting to 7 battalions. From this time forward, the Canadians also continued to receive further assistance on the left from a series of French counterattacks pushed in a northeasterly direction from the canal bank. But the artillery fire of the enemy continually grew in intensity, and it became more and more evident that the Canadian salient could no longer be maintained against the overwhelming superiority of numbers by which it was assailed. Slowly, stubbornly, and contesting every yard, the defenders gave ground until the salient gradually receded from the apex, near the point where it had originally aligned with the French, and fell back upon St. Julien. Soon it became evident that even St. Julien, exposed to fire from right and left, was no longer tenable in the fact of overwhelming numerical superiority. The 3rd Brigade was therefore ordered to retreat further south, selling every yard of ground as dearly as it had done since 5 o'clock on Thursday. But it was found impossible, without hazarding far larger forces, to disentangle the detachment of the Royal Highlanders of Montreal, 13th Battalion, and of the Royal Montreal Regiment, 14th Battalion. The brigade was ordered, and not a moment too soon, to move back. It left these units with hearts as heavy as those with which his comrades had said farewell to Captain McQuaig. The German tide rolled, indeed, over the deserted village, but for several hours after the enemy had become master of the village, the sullen and persistent rifle fire which survived showed that they were not yet master of the Canadian rear guard. If they died worthily of Canada. The enforced retirement of the 3rd Brigade, and to have stayed longer would have been madness, reproduced for the 2nd Brigade, commanded by Brigadier General Currie, in a singularly exact fashion, the position of the 3rd Brigade itself at the moment of the withdrawal of the French. The 2nd Brigade, it must be remembered, had retained the whole line of trenches, roughly 2,500 yards, which it was holding at 5 o'clock on Thursday afternoon, supported by the incomparable exertions of the 3rd Brigade and by the highly hazardous employment in which necessity had involved that brigade. The 2nd Brigade had maintained its lines. It now devolved upon General Currie, commanding this brigade, to reproduce the tactical maneuvers with which, earlier in the fight, the 3rd Brigade had adapted itself to the flank movement of overwhelming numerical superiority. He flung his left flank around south, and his record is that in the very crisis of this immense struggle he held his line of trenches from Thursday at 5 o'clock till Sunday afternoon. And on Sunday afternoon he had not abandoned his trenches. There were none left. They had been obliterated by artillery. He withdrew his undefeated troops from the fragments of his field fortifications, and the hearts of his men were as completely unbroken as the parapets of his trenches were completely broken. In such a brigade, it is invidious to single out any battalion for special praise, but it is perhaps necessary to the story to point out that Lieutenant Colonel Lipsett, commanding the 90th Winnipeg Rifles, 8th Battalion of the 2nd Brigade, held the extreme left of the brigade position at the most critical moment. The battalion was expelled from the trenches early on Friday morning by an emission of poisonous gas, but recovering in 3/4 of an hour, it counterattacked, retook the trenches it had abandoned, and bayoneted the enemy. And after the 3rd Brigade had been forced to retire, Lieutenant Colonel Lipsett held his position, though his left was in the air, until 2 British regiments filled up the gap on Saturday night. The individual fortunes of these 2 brigades have brought us to the events of Sunday afternoon, but it is necessary to make the story complete to recur for a moment to the events of the morning. After a very formidable attack, the enemy succeeded in capturing the village of St. Julien, which has so often been referred to in describing the fortunes of the Canadian left. This success opened up a new and formidable line of advance, but by this time further reinforcements had arrived. Here again it became evident that the tactical necessities of the situation dictated an offensive movement as the surest method of arresting further progress. General Alderson, who was in command of the reinforcements, accordingly directed that an advance should be made by a British brigade which had been brought up in support. The attack was thrust through the Canadian left and center, and as the troops making it swept on, many of them going to certain death, they paused an instant and, with deep-throated cheers for Canada, gave the first indication to the division of the warm admiration which their exertions had excited in the British Army. The advance was indeed costly, but it could not be gainsaid. The story is one of which the brigade may be proud, but it does not belong to the special account of the fortunes of the Canadian contingent. It is sufficient for our purpose to notice that the attack succeeded in its object, and the German advance along the line, momentarily threatened, was arrested. We had reached, in describing the events of the afternoon, the points at which the trenches of the 2nd Brigade had been completely destroyed. This brigade, the 3rd Brigade, and the considerable reinforcements which this time filled the gap between the two brigades, were gradually driven fighting every yard upon a line running roughly from Fort Tuin, south of St. Julian, in a northeasterly direction toward Passchendaele. Here the two brigades were relieved by two British brigades after exertions as glorious, as fruitful, and alas, as costly as soldiers have ever been called upon to make. Monday morning broke bright and clear and found the Canadians behind the firing line. This day, too, was to bring its anxieties. The attack was still pressed, and it became necessary to ask Brigadier General Currie whether he could once more call upon his shrunken brigade. "The men are tired," this indomitable soldier replied, "but they are ready and glad to go again to the trenches." And so once more, a hero leading heroes, the general marched back the men of the 2nd Brigade, reduced to a quarter of its original strength, to the very apex of the line as it existed at that moment. This position he held all day Monday. On Tuesday he was still occupying the reserve trenches, and on Wednesday was relieved and retired to billets in the rear. Such, in the most general outline, is the story of a great and glorious feat of arms, a story told so soon after the event, while rendering bare justice to units whose doings fell under the eyes of particular observers, must do less than justice to others who played their part, and all did, as gloriously as those whose special activities it is possible, even at this stage, to describe. But the friends of men who fought in other battalions may be content in the knowledge that they too shall learn, when time allows the complete correlation of diaries, the exact part which each unit played in these unforgettable days. It is rather accident than special distinction which had made it possible to select individual battalions for mention. It would not be right to close even this account without a word of tribute to the auxiliary services. The signalers were always cool and resourceful. The telegraph and telephone wires being constantly cut, many belonged to this service, rendered up their lives in the discharge of their duty, carrying out repairs with the most complete calmness in exposed positions. The dispatch carriers, as usual, behaved with the greatest bravery. Theirs is a lonely life, and very often a lonely death. One cycle messenger lay upon the ground, badly wounded. He stopped a passing officer and delivered his message, together with some verbal instructions. These were coherently given, but he swooned almost before the words were out of his mouth. The artillery never flagged in the sleepless struggle in which so much depended upon its exertions. Not a Canadian gun was lost in the long battle of retreat, and the nature of the position renders such a record very remarkable. One battery of 4 guns found itself in such a situation that it was compelled to turn 2 of its guns directly about and fire upon the enemy in positions almost diametrically opposite. It is not possible in this account to attempt a description of the services rendered by the Canadian Engineers or the Medical Corps. Their members rivaled in coolness, endurance, and valor the Canadian Infantry, whose comrades they were, and it is hoped in separate communications to do justice to both these brilliant services. No attempt has been made in this description to explain the recent operations, except insofar as they spring from, or are connected with, the fortunes of the Canadian Division. It is certain that the exertions of the troops who had reinforced and later relieved the Canadians were not less glorious, but the long, drawn-out struggle is a lesson to the whole empire. Arise, O Israel! The empire is engaged in a struggle, without quarter and without compromise, against an enemy still superbly organized, still immensely powerful, still confident that its strength is the mate of its necessities. To arms, then, and still to arms. In Great Britain, in Canada, in Australia, there is need, and there is need now, of a community organized alike in military and industrial cooperation. That our countrymen in Canada, even while their hearts are still bleeding, will answer every call which is made upon them, we well know. The graveyard of Canada in Flanders is large. It is very large. Those who lie there have left their mortal remains on alien soil. To Canada they have bequeathed their memories and their glory. On fame's eternal camping ground, their silent tents are spread, and glory guards with solemn round the bivouac of the dead. Assaults accompanied with gas were not made on every position of the front held by the British to the north of Ypres at the same time. At one point, it was not until the early morning of Saturday, April 24th, that the Germans brought this method into operation against a section of our line not far from our left flank. Late on Thursday afternoon, the men here saw portions of the French retiring some distance to the west and observed the cloud of vapor rolling along the ground southward behind them. Our position was then shelled with high explosives until 8 p.m. On Friday also it was bombarded for some hours, the Germans firing poison shells for 1 hour. Their infantry, who were entrenched about 120 yards away, evidently expected some result from their use of the ladder, for they put their heads above the parapets as if to see what the effect had been on our men, and at intervals opened rapid rifle fire. The wind, however, was strong and dissipated the fumes quickly. Our troops did not suffer seriously from their noxious effect, and the enemy did not attempt any advance. End of section 16. Section 17 of World's War Events by Francis J. Reynolds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. The Canadians at Ypres, Part 2. On Saturday morning, just about dawn, an airship appeared in the sky to the east of our line at this point and dropped 4 red stars, which floated downward slowly for some distance before they died out. When our men, whose eyes had not unnaturally been fixed on this display of pyrotechnics, again turned to their front, it was to find the German trenches rendered invisible by a wall of greenish-yellow vapor, similar to that observed on the Thursday afternoon, which was bearing down on them on the breeze. Through this, the Germans started shooting. During Saturday, they employed stupefying gas on several occasions in this quarter, but did not press on very quickly. One reason for this, given by a German prisoner, is that many of the enemy's infantry were so affected by the fumes that they could not advance. To continue the narrative from the night of Sunday, April 25th, at 12:30 a.m., in face of repeated attacks, our infantry fell back from a part of the Grafenstaffel Ridge, northwest of Zonnebeek, and the line then ran for some distance along the south bank of the little Handbeek stream. The situation along the Ypres Canal remained practically unchanged. When the morning of the 26th dawned, the Germans, who had been seen massing in St. Julien and to the east of the village on the previous evening, made several assaults, which grew more and more fierce as the hours passed, but reinforcements were sent up and the position was secured. Further east, however, our line was pierced near Broedsend, and a small body of the enemy established themselves in a portion of our trenches. In the afternoon, a strong combined counterattack was delivered by the French and British along the whole front from Steenstraate to the east of St. Julien, accompanied by a violent bombardment. This moment, so far as can be judged at present, marked the turning point of the battle, for although it effected no great change in the situation, it caused a definite check to the enemy's offensive, relieved the pressure, and gained a certain amount of ground. During this counterattack, the guns concentrated by both sides on this comparatively narrow front poured in a great volume of fire. From the right came the roar of the British batteries, from the left the rolling thunder of the Soixante-quinze, and every now and then, above the turmoil, rose a dull boom as a huge howitzer shell burst in the vicinity of Ypres. On the right, our infantry stormed the German trenches close to St. Julien, and in the evening gained the southern outskirts of the village. In the center, they captured the trenches a little to the south of the Bois des Cuisiniers, west of St. Julien, and still further west, more trenches were taken. This represented an advance of some 600 or 700 yards, but the gain in ground could not at all points be maintained. Opposite St. Julien, we fell back from the village to a position just south of the place, and in front of the Bois des Cousiniers and on the left of the line, a similar retirement took place, the enemy making extensive use of his gas cylinders and of machine guns placed in farms or at other points of vantage. Nonetheless, the situation at nightfall was more satisfactory than it had been. We were holding our own well all along the line and had made progress at some points. On the right, the enemy's attacks on the front of the Grafenstaffel Ridge had all been repulsed. In the meantime, the French had achieved some success, having retaken Luzerne and also the trenches round Het-Saast, captured some 250 prisoners, and made progress all along the west bank of the canal. Heavy as our losses were during the day, there is little doubt that the enemy suffered terribly. Both sides were attacking at different points. The fighting was conducted very largely in the open, and the close formations of the Germans on several occasions presented excellent targets to our artillery, which did not fail to seize its opportunities. Nothing in particular occurred during the night. The morning of the 27th found our troops occupying the following positions. North of Zonnebeek, the right of the line still held the eastern end of the Grafenstaffel Ridge, but from here it bent southwestward behind the Hannebeek stream, which it followed to a point about a half a mile east of St. Julien. Thence it curved back again to the Van Heuvel farm on the Ypres-Pole-Capelle road, running from here in a slight southerly curve to a point a little west of the Ypres-Langemarck road, where it joined the French. In the last mentioned quarter of the field, it followed generally the line of a low ridge running from west to east. On the French front, the Germans had been cleared from the west bank of the canal, except at one point, Steenstraate, where they continued to hold the bridgehead. About 1 p.m., a counterattack was made by us all along the line between the canal and the Ypres-Pole-Capelle road, and for about an hour we continued to make progress. Then the right and center were checked. A little later, the left was also held up, and the situation remained very much as it had been on the previous day. The Germans were doubtless much encouraged by their initial success, and their previous boldness in attack was now matched by the stubborn manner in which they clung on to their positions. In the evening, the French stormed some trenches east of the canal, but were again checked by the enemy's gas cylinders. The night passed quietly and was spent by us in reorganizing and consolidating our positions. The enemy did not interfere. This is not surprising in view of the fact that by Tuesday evening they had been fighting for over 5 days. Their state of exhaustion is confirmed by the statements of the prisoners captured by the French, who also reported that the German losses had been very heavy. On Wednesday, the 28th, there was a complete lull on this sector of our line, and the shelling was less severe. Some fighting, however, occurred along the canal, the French taking over 100 prisoners. Nothing of any importance has occurred on other parts of the front. On the 27th, at the railway triangle opposite Ginchy, the south side of the embankment held by the Germans was blown up by our miners. On the 28th, a hostile airplane was forced to descend by our anti-aircraft guns. On coming down in rear of the German lines, it was at once fired upon and destroyed by our field artillery. Another hostile machine was brought down by rifle fire near Zonnebeek. Splendid work has been done during the past few days by our airmen, who have kept all the area behind the hostile lines under close observation. On the 26th, they bombed the stations of Staden, Thielt, Courtrai, Roubaix, and other places, and located an armored train near Langemarck, which was subsequently shelled and forced to retire. There have been several successful conflicts in the air, on one occasion a pilot in a single-seater chasing a German machine to Roubaix and forcing it to land. The raid on Courtrai unfortunately cost the nation a very gallant life, but it will live as one of the most heroic episodes of the war. The airman started on the Enterprise alone in a biplane. On arrival at Courtrai, he glided down to a height of 300 feet and dropped a large bomb on the railway junction. While he did this, he was the target of hundreds of rifles, of machine guns, and of anti-aircraft armament, and was severely wounded in the thigh. Though he might have saved his life by at once coming down in the enemy's lines, he decided to save his machine at all costs and made for the British lines. Descending to a height of only 100 feet in order to increase his speed, he continued to fly and was again wounded, this time mortally. He still flew on, however, and without coming down at the nearest of our aerodromes, went all the way back to his own base, where he executed a perfect landing and made his report. He died in hospital not long afterward. The outstanding feature of the action of the past week has been the steadiness of our troops on the extreme left. But of the deeds of individual gallantry and devotion which have been performed, it would be impossible to narrate 1/100th part. At one place in this quarter, a machine gun was stationed in the angle of a trench when the German rush took place. One man after another of the detachment was shot, but the gun still continued in action, though 5 bodies lay around it. When the 6th man took the place of his fallen comrades, of whom one was his brother, the Germans were still pressing on. He waited until they were only a few yards away, and then poured a stream of bullets onto the advancing ranks, which broke and fell back, leaving rows of dead. He was then wounded himself. Under the hot fire to which our batteries were subjected in the early part of the engagement, telephone wires were repeatedly cut. The wire connecting one battery with its observing officer was severed on 9 separate occasions, and on each occasion repaired by a sergeant who did the work out in the open under a perfect hail of shells. About 5 p.m., a dense cloud of suffocating vapors was launched from their trenches along the whole front held by the French right and by our left from the Ypres-Longmark road to a considerable distance east of St. Julien. The fumes did not carry much beyond our front trenches, but these were to a great extent rendered untenable, and a retirement from them was ordered. No sooner had this started than the enemy opened a violent bombardment with asphyxiating shells and shrapnel on our trenches and on our infantry as they were withdrawing. Meanwhile, our guns had not been idle. From a distance, perhaps owing to some peculiarity of the light, the gas on this occasion looked like a great reddish cloud, and the moment it was seen, our batteries poured a concentrated fire on the German trenches. Curious situations then arose between us and the enemy. The poison belt, the upper part shredding into thick wreaths of vapor as it was shaken by the wind, and the lower and denser part sinking into all inequalities of the ground, rolled slowly down the trenches. Shells would rend it for a moment, but it only settled down again as thickly as before. Nevertheless, the German infantry faced it, and they faced a hail of shrapnel as well. In some cases, where the gas had not reached our lines, our troops held firm and shot through the cloud at the advancing Germans. In other cases, the men holding the front line managed to move to the flank, where they were more or less beyond the affected area. Here they waited until the enemy came on and then bayoneted them when they reached our trenches. On the extreme left, our supports waited until the vapor reached our trenches, when they charged through it and met the advancing Germans with a bayonet as they swarmed over the parapets. South of St. Julien, the denseness of the vapor compelled us to evacuate trenches, but reinforcements arrived who charged the enemy before they could establish themselves in position. In every case, the assaults failed completely. Large numbers were mown down by our artillery. Men were seen falling and others scattering and running back to their own lines. Many who reached the gas cloud could not make their way through it, and in all probability, a great number of the wounded perished from the fumes. It is, to that extent, from a military standpoint, a sign of weakness. Another sign of weakness is the adoption of illegal methods of fighting, such as spreading poisonous gas. It is a confession by the Germans that they have lost their former great superiority in artillery and are, at any cost, seeking another technical advantage over their enemy as a substitute. Nevertheless, this spirit, this determination on the part of our enemies to stick at nothing, must not be underestimated. Though it may not pay the Germans in the long run, it renders it all the more obvious that they are a foe that can be overcome only by the force of overwhelming numbers of men and guns. Further to the east, a similar attack was made about 7 p.m., which seems to have been attended with even less success, and the assaulting infantry was at once beaten back by our artillery fire. It was not long before all our trenches were reoccupied and the whole line reestablished in its original position. The attack on the French met with the same result. Prisoners captured in the recent fighting, the narrative continues, stated that one German corps lost 80% of its men in the first week, that the losses from our artillery fire, even during days when no attacks were taking place, had been very heavy, and that many of their own men had suffered from the effects of the gas. In regard to the recent fighting on our left, the German offensive, affected in the first instance by surprise, resulted in a considerable gain of ground for the enemy. Between all the earlier German efforts, the only difference was that on this latest occasion, the attempt was carried out with the aid of poisonous gases. There is no reason why we should not expect similar tactics in the future. They do not mean that the Allies have lost the initiative in the Western theater, nor that they are likely to lose it. They do mean, however, and the fact has been repeatedly pointed out, that the enemy's defensive is an active one, that his confidence is still unshaken, and that he still is able to strike in some strength where he sees the chance or where mere local advantage can be secured. The true idea of the meaning of the operations of the Allies can be gained only by bearing in mind that it is their primary object to bring about the exhaustion of the enemy's resources and men. In the form now assumed by this struggle, a war of attrition, the Germans are bound ultimately to lose, and it is the consciousness of this fact that inspires their present policy. This is to achieve as early as possible some success of sufficient magnitude to influence the neutrals, to discourage the Allies, to make them weary of the struggle, and to induce the belief among the people ignorant of war that nothing has been gained by the past efforts of the Allies because the Germans have not yet been driven back. It is being undertaken with a political rather than a strategical object. The calm that prevailed Thursday and Friday proved to be only the lull before the storm. Early Saturday morning it became apparent that the Germans were preparing an attack in strength against our line running east and northeast from Ypres, for they were concentrating under cover of a violent artillery fire, and at about 10 o'clock the battle began in earnest. At that hour, the Germans attacked our line from the Ypres-Pau-Capelle road to within a short distance of the Menin High Road, it being evidently their intention, while engaging us closely on the whole of this sector, to break our front in the vicinity of the Ypres-Roulet Railway, to the north and to the south of which their strongest and most determined assaults were delivered. Under this pressure, our front was penetrated at some points around Freysenberg, and at 4:30 o'clock in the afternoon, we made a counterattack between the Zonnebeek Road and the railway in order to recover the lost ground. Our offensive was conducted most gallantly, but was checked before long by the fire of machine guns. Meanwhile, the enemy launched another attack through the woods south of the Menin Road, and at the same time threatened our left to the north of Ypres with fresh masses. Most desperate fighting ensued, the German infantry coming on again and again, and gradually forcing our troops back, though only for a short distance, in spite of repeated counterattacks. During the night, the fighting continued to rage with ever-increasing fury. It is impossible to say at exactly what hour our line was broken at different points, but it is certain that at one time the enemy's infantry poured through along the Pau-Capelle road and even got as far as Weltje at 9 p.m. There was also a considerable gap in our front about Freysenberg, where hostile detachments had penetrated. At both points, counterattacks were organized without delay. To the east of the salient, the Germans first were driven back to Freysenberg, but there they made a firm stand, and under pressure of fresh reinforcements, we fell back again toward Verlorenheck. Northeast of the salient, a counterattack carried out by us about 1 a.m. was more successful. Our troops swept the enemy out of Velchi at the bayonet's point, leaving the village strewn with German dead, and, pushing on, regained most of the ground to the north of that point. And so the fight surged to and fro throughout the night. All around the scene of the conflict, the sky was lit up by the flashes of the guns and the light of blazing villages and farms, while against this background of smoke and flame, looking out in the murky light over the crumbling ruins of the old town, rose the battered wreck of the cathedral town and the spires of Cloth Hall. When Sunday dawned, there came a short respite, and the firing for a time died down. The comparative lull enabled us to reorganize and consolidate our position on the new line we had taken up, and to obtain some rest after the fatigue and strain of the night. It did not last long, however, and in the afternoon the climax of the battle was reached, for, under the cover of intense artillery fire, the Germans launched no less than 5 separate assaults against the east of the salient. To the north and northeast, their attacks were not at first pressed so hard as on the south of the Menin road, where the fighting was especially fierce. In the latter direction, masses of infantry were hurled on with absolute desperation and were beaten off with corresponding slaughter. At one point, north of the town, 500 of the enemy advanced from the wood, and it is affirmed by those present that not a single man of them escaped. On the eastern face, at 6:30 p.m., an endeavor was made to storm the grounds of the Chateau Houge, a little north of the Menin road, but the force attempting it broke and fell back under the hail of shrapnel poured upon them by our guns. It was on this side, where they had to face the concentrated fire of guns, Maxims, and rifles again and again in their efforts to break their way through, that the Germans incurred their heaviest losses, and the ground was literally heaped with dead. They evidently, for the time being at least, were unable to renew their efforts, and as night came on, the fury of their offensive gradually slackened, the hours of darkness passing in quietness. During the day, our troops saw some of the enemy busily employed in stripping the British dead in our abandoned trenches east of the Houge Chateau, and several Germans afterward were noticed dressed in khaki. So far as the Ypres region is concerned, this for us was a most successful day. Our line, which on the northeast of the salient had, after the previous day's fighting, been reconstituted a short distance behind the original front, remained intact. Our losses were comparatively slight, and, owing to the targets presented by the enemy, the action resolved itself on our part into pure killing. The reason for this very determined effort to crush our left on the part of the Germans is not far to seek. It is probable that for some days previously they had been in possession of information which led them to suppose that we intended to apply pressure on the right of our line, and that their great attack upon Ypres on the 7th, 8th, and 9th was undertaken with a view to diverting us from our purpose. In this, the Germans were true to their principles, for they rightly hold that the best manner of meeting an unexpected hostile offensive is to forestall it by attacking in some other quarter. In this instance, their leaders acted with the utmost determination and energy, and their soldiers fought with the greatest courage. The failure of their effort was due to the splendid endurance of our troops, who held the line around the salient under a fire which again and again blotted out whole lengths of the defenses and killed the defenders by scores. Time after time along those parts of the front selected for assault were parapets destroyed, and time after time did the thinning band of survivors build them up again and await the next onset as steadily as before. Here in May, in defense of the same historic town, have our incomparable infantry repeated the great deeds their comrades performed half a year ago, and beaten back most desperate onslaughts of hostile hordes backed by terrific artillery support. The services rendered by our troops in this quarter cannot at present be estimated, for their full significance will only be realized in the light of future events. But so far their devotion has indirectly contributed in no small measure to the striking success already achieved by our allies. Further south, in the meantime, on Sunday, another struggle had been in progress on that portion of the front covered by the right of our line and the left of the French, for when the firing around Ypres was temporarily subsiding during the early hours of the morning, another and even more tremendous cannonade was suddenly started by the artillery of the Allies some 20 miles to the south. The morning was calm, bright, and clear, and opposite our right, as the sun rose, the scene in front of our line was the most peaceful imaginable. Away to the right were Ginchy, with its brick fields and the ruins of Givenchy. To the north of them lay low ground, where, hidden by trees and hedgerows, ran the opposing lines that were about to become the scene of the conflict, and beyond, in the distance, rose the long ridge of Ypres, the villages crowning it, standing out clear-cut against the sky. At 5 o'clock, the bombardment began, slowly at first, and then growing in volume until the whole air quivered with the rush of the larger shells, and the earth shook with the concussion of guns. In a few minutes, the whole distant landscape disappeared in smoke and dust, which hung for a while in the still air, and then drifted slowly across the line of battle. Shortly before 6 o'clock, our infantry advanced along our front, between the Bois Grenier and Festubert. On the left, north of Fromelles, we stormed the German first line trenches. Hand-to-hand fighting went on for some time with bayonet, rifle, and hand grenade, but we continued to hold on to this position throughout the day and caused the enemy very heavy loss, for not only were many Germans killed in the bombardment, but their repeated efforts to drive us from the captured positions proved most costly. On the right, to the north of Festubert, our advance met with considerable opposition and was not pressed. Meanwhile, the French, after a prolonged bombardment, had taken the German positions north of Arras on a front of nearly 5 miles and had pushed forward from 2 to 3 miles, capturing 2,000 prisoners and 6 guns. This remarkable success was gained by our allies in the course of a few hours. As may be supposed from the nature of the fighting which has been in progress, our losses have been heavy. On other parts of the front, our action was confined to that of the artillery, but this proved most effective later, all the communications of the enemy being subjected to so heavy and accurate a fire that in some quarters all movement by daylight within range of our lines was rendered impracticable. At one place opposite our center, a convoy of ammunition was hit by a shell, which knocked out 6 motor lorries and caused 2 to blow up. Opposite our center, we fired 2 mines, which did considerable damage to the enemy's defenses. During the day also, our airplanes attacked several points of importance. One of our airmen, who was sent to bomb the canal bridge near dawn, was wounded on his way there, but continued and fulfilled his mission. Near Whitshate, one of our aviators pursued a German airplane and fired a whole belt from his machine gun at it. The Taube suddenly swerved, righted itself for a second, and then descended from a height of several thousand feet straight to the ground. On the other hand, a British machine unfortunately was brought down over Lille by the enemy's anti-aircraft guns, but it is hoped that the aviator escaped. In regard to the German allegation that the British used gas in their attacks on Hill 60, the eyewitness says, "No asphyxiating gases have been employed by us at any time, nor have they yet been brought into play by us." Germany, desperate at her failure to win the rapid victories she had anticipated on the land, resorted in 1915 to a ruthless policy of sinking the ships of the belligerent powers, whether or not they were engaged on legitimate errands. This policy culminated on May 7, 1915, in the sinking of the great transatlantic steamship, the Lusitania, with the loss of over 1,000 men, women, and children. End of section 17. Section 18 of World's War Events by Francis J. Reynolds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Sinking of the Lusitania. The judicial decision by Judge J. M. Mayer. On May 1, 1915, The British passenger-carrying merchantman Lusitania sailed from New York bound for Liverpool with 1,257 passengers and a crew of 702, making a total of 1,959 souls on board, men, women, and children. At approximately 2:10 on the afternoon of May 7, 1915, weather clear and sea smooth, without warning, the vessel was torpedoed and went down by the head in about 18 minutes, with an ultimate tragic loss of 1,195. So far as equipment went, the vessel was seaworthy in the highest sense. Her carrying capacity was 2,198 passengers and a crew of about 850, or about 3,000 persons in all. She had 22 open lifeboats capable of accommodating 1,322 persons, 26 collapsible boats with a capacity for 1,283, making a total of 48 boats with a capacity for 2,605 in all, or substantially in excess of the requirements of her last voyage. Her total of lifebelts was 3,187, or 1,959 more than the total number of passengers, and in addition, she carried 20 lifebuoys. She was classed 100 A1 at Lloyd's, being 787 feet long overall, with a tonnage of 30,395 gross and 12,611 net. She had 4 turbine engines, 25 boilers, 4 boiler rooms, 12 transverse bulkheads, dividing her into 13 compartments, with a longitudinal bulkhead on either side of the ship for 425 feet, covering all vital parts. The proof is absolute that she was not and never had been armed, nor did she carry any explosives. She did carry some 18 fuse cases and 125 shrapnel cases, consisting merely of empty shells without any powder charge, 4,200 cases of safety cartridges, and 189 cases of infantry equipment, such as leather fittings, pouches, and the like. All these were for delivery abroad, but none of these munitions could be exploded by setting them on fire in mass or in bulk, nor by subjecting them to impact. She had been duly inspected on March 17th, April 15th, 16th, and 17th, all in 1915, and before she left New York, the boat gear and boats were examined, overhauled, checked up, and defective articles properly replaced. There is no reason to doubt that this part of her equipment was in excellent order when she left New York. The vessel was under the command of a long-service and experienced captain, and officered by competent and experienced men. The difficulties of the war prevented the company from gathering together a crew fully reaching a standard as high as in normal times, many of the younger British sailors having been called to the colors. But, all told, the crew was good and, in many instances, highly intelligent and capable. Due precaution was taken in respect of boat drills while in port, and the testimony shows that those drills were both sufficient and efficient. Some passengers did not see any boat drills on the voyage, while others characterized the drills, in effect, as formally superficial. Anyone familiar with ocean traveling knows that it is not strange that boat drills may take place unobserved by some of the passengers who, though on deck, may be otherwise occupied, or who may be in another part of the ship, and such negative testimony must give way to the positive testimony that there were daily boat drills, the object of which mainly was to enable the men competently and quickly to lower the boats. Each man had a badge showing the number of the boat to which he was assigned, and a boat list was posted in 3 different places in the ship. Each day of the voyage, a drill was held with the emergency boat, which was a fixed boat, either number 13 on the starboard side or number 14 on the port side, according to the weather. The idea, doubtless, being to accustom the men quickly to reach the station on either side of the ship. The siren was blown, and a picked crew from the watch assembled at the boat, put on life belts, jumped into the boat, took their places, and jumped out again. Throughout this case, it must always be remembered that the disaster occurred in May 1915, and the whole subject must be approached with the knowledge and mental attitude of that time. It may be that more elaborate and effective methods and precaution have been adopted since then, but there is no testimony which shows that these boat drills, as practiced on the voyage, were not fully up to the then existing standards and practices. There can be no criticism of the bulkhead door drills, for there was one each day. In November 1914, the directors of the Cunard Company, in view of the falling off of the passenger traffic, decided to withdraw the Lusitania's sister ship, Mauretania, and to run the Lusitania at 3/4 boiler power, which involved a reduction of speed from an average of about 24 knots to an average of about 21 knots. The ship was operated under this reduced boiler power and reduced rate of speed for 6 round trips until and including the fatal voyage, although at the reduced rate, she was considerably faster than any passenger ship crossing the Atlantic at that time. This reduction was in part for financial reasons and in part, quote, a question of economy of coal and labor in time of war, end quote. No profit was expected and none was made, but the company continued to operate the ship as a public service. The reduction from 24 to 21 knots is, however, quite immaterial to the controversy, as will later appear. Having thus outlined the personnel, equipment, and cargo of the vessel, reference will now be made to a series of events preceding her sailing on May 1, 1915. On February 4, 1915, the Imperial German government issued a proclamation as follows, quote, 1. The waters surrounding Great Britain and Ireland, including the whole English Channel, are hereby declared to be a war zone. On and after the 18th of February, 1915, every enemy merchant ship found in the said war zone will be destroyed without its being always possible to avert the dangers threatening the crews and passengers on that account. 2. Even neutral ships are exposed to danger in the war zone, as in view of the misuse of neutral flags ordered on January 31st by the British government and of the accidents of naval war. It cannot always be avoided to strike even neutral ships in attacks that are directed at enemy ships. 3. Northward navigation around the Shetland Islands, in the eastern waters of the North Sea, and in a strip of not less than 30 miles width along the Netherlands coast, is in no danger. Von Pohl, Chief of the Admiral Staff of the Navy, Berlin, February 4, 1915, end quote. This was accompanied by a so-called memorial, setting forth the reasons advanced by the German government in support of the issuance of this proclamation, an extract from which is as follows, quote, just as England declared the whole North Sea between Scotland and Norway to be comprised within the seat of war, so does Germany now declare the waters surrounding Great Britain and Ireland, including the whole English Channel, to be comprised within the seat of war, and will prevent by all the military means at its disposal all navigation by the enemy in those waters. To this end, it will endeavor to destroy, after February 18th next, any merchant vessels of the enemy which present themselves at the seat of war above indicated, although it may not always be possible to avert the dangers which may menace persons and merchandise. Neutral powers are accordingly forewarned not to entrust their crews, passengers, or merchandise to such vessels, end quote. To this proclamation and memorial, the government of the United States made due protest under date of February 10, 1915. On the same day, protest was made to England by this government regarding the use of the American flag by the Lusitania on its voyage through the war zone on its trip from New York to Liverpool of January 30, 1915, in response to which, on February 19, Sir Edward Grey, Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, handed a memorandum to Mr. Page, the American ambassador to England, containing the following statement, quote, it is understood that the German government had announced their intention of sinking British merchant vessels at sight by torpedoes without giving any opportunity of making any provisions for saving the lives of non-combatant crews and passengers. It was in consequence of this threat that the Lusitania raised the United States flag on her inward voyage and on her subsequent outward voyage. A request was made by the United States passengers who were embarking on board her that the United States flag should be hoisted, presumably to ensure their safety, end quote. The British ambassador, the Honorable Cecil Spring Rice, on March 1, 1915, in a communication to the American Secretary of State regarding an economic blockade of Germany, stated in reference to the German proclamation of February 4th, quote, Germany has declared that the English Channel, the north and west coasts of France, and the waters around the British Isles are a war area and has officially notified that all enemy ships found in that area will be destroyed and that neutral vessels may be exposed to danger. This is in effect a claim to torpedo at sight, without regard to the safety of the crew or passengers, any merchant vessel under any flag. As it is not in the power of the German Admiralty to maintain any surface craft in these waters, this attack can only be delivered by submarine agency. End quote. Beginning with the 30th of January 1915, and prior to the sinking of the Lusitania on May 7, 1915, German submarines attacked and seemed to have sunk 20 merchant and passenger ships within about 100 miles of the usual course of the Lusitania, chased 2 other vessels which escaped, and damaged still another. It will be noted that nothing is stated in the German memorandum as to sinking enemy merchant vessels without warning, but, on the contrary, the implication is that settled international law as to visit and search and an opportunity for the lives of passengers to be safeguarded will be obeyed, quote, although it may not always be possible to avert the dangers which may menace persons and merchandise, end quote. As a result of this submarine activity, the Lusitania, on its voyages from New York to Liverpool, beginning with that of January 30th, 1915, steered a course further off from the south coast of Ireland than formerly. In addition, after the German proclamation of February 4, 1915, the Lusitania had its boats swung out and provisioned while passing through the danger zone, did not use its wireless for sending messages, and did not stop at the Mersey Bar for a pilot, but came directly up to its berth. The petitioner and the master of the Lusitania received certain advices from the British Admiralty on February 10, 1915, as follows, quote, vessels navigating in submarine areas should have their boats turned out and fully provisioned. The danger is greatest in the vicinity of ports and off prominent headlands on the coast. Important landfalls in this area should be made after dark whenever possible. So far as is consistent with particular trades and state of tides, vessels should make their ports at dawn, end quote. On April 15 and 16, 1915, and after the last voyage from New York, preceding the one on which the Lusitania was torpedoed, the Cunard Company and the master of the Lusitania received at Liverpool the following advices from the British Admiralty. Quote, Confidential Daily Voyage Notice, 15th April 1915, issued under Government War Risks Scheme. German submarines appear to be operating chiefly off prominent headlands and landfalls. Ships should give prominent headlands a wide berth. Confidential Memorandum, issued 16th April 1915. War experience has shown that fast steamers can considerably reduce the chance of successful surprise submarine attacks by zigzagging, that is to say, altering the course at short and irregular intervals, say in 10 minutes to half an hour. This course is almost invariably adopted by warships when cruising in an area known to be infested by submarines. The underwater speed of a submarine is very slow, and it is exceedingly difficult for her to get into position to deliver an attack unless she can observe and predict the course of the ship attacked. End quote. Sir Alfred Booth, chairman of the Cunard Line, was a member of the War Risks Committee at Liverpool, consisting of ship owners, representatives of the Board of Trade, and the Admiralty, which received these instructions and passed them on to the owners of vessels, including the Cunard Company, which distributed them to the individual masters. On Saturday, May 1, 1915, they advertised sailing date of the Lusitania from New York to Liverpool on the voyage on which she was subsequently sunk. There appeared the following advertisement in the New York Times, New York Tribune, New York Sun, New York Herald, and the New York World. This advertisement being in all instances except one, placed directly over, under, or adjacent to the advertisement of the Cunard Line, regarding the sailing of the Lusitania. Quote, travelers intending to embark on the Atlantic voyage are reminded that a state of war exists between Germany and her allies and Great Britain and her allies, that the zone of war includes the waters adjacent to the British Isles, that in accordance with formal notice given by the Imperial German government, vessels flying the flag of Great Britain or of any of her allies are liable to destruction in those waters, and that travelers sailing in the war zone on ships of Great Britain or her allies do so at their own risk. Imperial German Embassy, April 22, 1915, Washington, D.C., end quote. This was the first insertion of this advertisement, although it was dated more than a week prior to its publication. Captain Turner, the master of the vessel, saw the advertisement, or something of the kind, before sailing, and realized that the Lusitania was included in the warning. The Liverpool office of the Cunard Company was advised of the sailing and the number of passengers by cable from the New York office, but no mention was made of the above-quoted advertisement. Sir Alfred Booth was informed through the press of this advertisement on either Saturday evening, May 1st, or Sunday morning, May 2nd. The significance and construction to be given to this advertisement will be discussed infra, but it is perfectly plain that the master was fully justified in sailing on the appointed day from a neutral port with many neutral and non-combatant passengers, unless he and his company were willing to yield to the attempt of the German government to terrify British shipping. No one familiar with the British character would expect that such a threat would accomplish more than to emphasize the necessity of taking every precaution to protect life and property, which the exercise of judgment would invite. And so, as scheduled, the Lusitania sailed, undisguised, with her 4 funnels and a figure so familiar as to be readily discernible not only by naval officers and Marines, but by the ocean-going public generally. The voyage was uneventful until May 6th. On approaching the Irish coast on May 6th, the captain ordered all the boats hanging on the davits to be swung out and lowered to the promenade deck rail, and this order was carried out under the supervision of Staff Captain Anderson, who later went down with the ship. All bulkhead doors which were not necessary for the working of the ship were closed, and it was reported to Captain Turner that this had been done. Lookouts were doubled, and 2 extra were put forward and 1 on either side of the bridge. That is, there were 2 lookouts in the crow's nest, 2 in the eyes of the ship, 2 officers on the bridge, and a quartermaster on either side of the bridge. Directions were given to the engine room to keep the highest steam they could possibly get on the boilers, and in case the bridge rang for full speed, to give as much as they possibly could. Orders were also given that ports should be kept closed. At 7:50 p.m. on May 6th, the Lusitania received the following wireless message from the Admiral at Queenstown. Quote, submarines active off south coast of Ireland, end quote. And at 7:56, the vessel asked for and received a repetition of his message. The ship was then going at a rate of 21 knots per hour. At 8:30 p.m. of the same day, the following message was received from the British Admiralty. Quote, to all British ships, 0005, take Liverpool pilot at bar and avoid headlands, pass harbors at full speed, steer mid-channel course, submarines off fastnet. End quote. At 8:32, the Admiralty received a communication to show that this message had been received by the Lusitania, and the same message was offered to the vessel 7 times between midnight of May 6th and 10 a.m. of May 7th. At about 8 a.m. on the morning of May 7th, on approaching the Irish coast, the vessel encountered an intermittent fog or Scotch mist, called banks in seafaring language, and the speed was reduced to 15 knots. Previously, the speed, according to Captain Turner's recollection, had been reduced to 18 knots. This adjustment of speed was due to the fact that Captain Turner wished to run the last 150 miles of the voyage in the dark so as to make Liverpool early on the morning of May 8th, at the earliest time when he could cross the bar without a pilot. Judging from the location of previous submarine attacks, the most dangerous waters in the Lusitania's course were from the entrance to St. George's Channel to Liverpool Bar. There is no dispute as to the proposition that a vessel darkened is much safer from submarine attack at night than in the daytime, and Captain Turner exercised proper and good judgment in planning accordingly as he approached dangerous waters. It is futile to conjecture as to what would or would not have happened had the speed been higher prior to the approach to the Irish coast, because obviously until then the captain could not figure out his situation, not knowing how he might be impeded by fog or other unfavorable weather conditions. On the morning of May 7, 1915, the ship passed about 25 or 26, and in any event, at least 18.5 miles south of Fastnet, which was not in sight. The course was then held up slightly to bring the ship closer to land, and a little before noon land was sighted, and what was thought to be Brow Head was made out. Meanwhile, between 11 a.m. and noon, the fog disappeared, the weather became clear, and the speed was increased to 18 knots. The course of the vessel was South 87 East Mag. At 11:25 a.m., Captain Turner received the following message, quote, "Submarines active in southern part of Irish Channel. Last heard of 20 miles south of Königsberg. Light vessel makes certain Lusitania gets this." End quote. At 12:40 p.m., the following additional wireless message from the Admiralty was received. Quote, "Submarines 5 miles south of Cape Clear, proceeding west when sighted at 10 a.m." End quote. After picking up Brow Head and at about 12:40 p.m., the course was altered inshore by about 30 degrees to about north 63 or 67 East Mag. Captain Turner did not recall which. Land was sighted, which the captain thought was Galley Head, but he was not sure, and therefore held inshore. This last course was continued for an hour at a speed of 18 knots until 1:40 p.m., when the old head of Kinsale was sighted, and the course was then changed back to the original course of South 87 East Mag. At 1:50 p.m., the captain started to take a 4-point bearing on the old head of Kinsale, and while thus engaged, and at about 2:30 p.m., as heretofore stated, the ship was torpedoed on the starboard side. Whether 1, 2, or 3 torpedoes were fired at the vessel cannot be determined with certainty. 2 of the ship's crew were confident that a 3rd torpedo was fired and missed the ship. While not doubting the good faith of these witnesses, the evidence is not sufficiently satisfactory to be convincing. There was, however, an interesting and remarkable conflict of testimony as to whether the ship was struck by 1 or 2 torpedoes, and witnesses, both passengers and crew, differed on this point, conscientiously and emphatically. The witnesses were all highly intelligent, and there is no doubt that all testified to the best of their recollection, knowledge, or impression, and in accordance with their honest conviction. The weight of the testimony, too voluminous to analyze, is in favor of the 2 torpedo contention, not only because of some convincing direct testimony, as, for instance, Adams, Lehman, Morton, but also because of the unquestioned surrounding circumstances. The deliberate character of the attack upon a vessel whose identity could not be mistaken, made easy on a bright day, and the fact that the vessel had no means of defending herself would lead to the inference that the submarine commander would make sure of her destruction. Further, the evidence is overwhelming that there was a second explosion. The witnesses differ as to the impression which the sound of this explosion made upon them, a natural difference due to the fact, known by common experience, that persons who hear the same explosion even at the same time will not only describe the sound differently, but will not agree as to the number of detonations. As there were no explosives on board, it is difficult to account for the second explosion, except on the theory that it was caused by a second torpedo. Whether the number of torpedoes were 1 or 2 is relevant in this case only upon the question of what effect, if any, open ports had in accelerating the sinking of the ship. While there was much testimony and some variance as to the places where the torpedoes struck, judged by the sound or shock of the explosions, certain physical effects, especially as to smoke and blown-up debris, tend to locate the areas of impact with some approach of accuracy. From all the testimony, it may be reasonably concluded that one torpedo struck on the starboard side somewhere abreast of number 2 boiler room, and the other on the same side, either abreast of number 3 boiler room or between number 3 and number 4. From knowledge of the torpedoes then used by the German submarines, it is thought that they would effect a rupture of the outer hull 30 to 40 feet long and 10 to 15 feet vertically. Coburn, senior second engineer, was of opinion that the explosion had done a great deal of internal damage. Although the lights were out, Coburn could hear the water coming into the engine room. Water at once entered number 1 and number 2 boiler rooms, a result necessarily attributable to the fact that one or both of the coal bunkers were also blown open. Thus, one torpedo flooded some or all of the coal bunkers on the starboard side of numbers 1 and 2 boiler rooms, and apparently flooded both boiler rooms. The effect of the other torpedo is not entirely clear. If it struck midway between 2 bulkheads, it is quite likely to have done serious bulkhead injury. The Lusitania was built so as to float with 2 compartments open to the sea, and with more compartments open, she could not stay afloat. As the side coal bunkers are regarded as compartments, the ship could not float with 2 boiler rooms flooded and also an adjacent bunker, and therefore the damage done by one torpedo was enough to sink the ship. To add to the difficulties, all the steam had gone as a result of the explosions, and the ship could not be controlled by her engines. Little senior third engineer testified that in a few seconds after the explosion, the steam pressure fell from 190 to 50 pounds, his explanation being that the main steam pipes or boilers had been carried away. The loss of control of and by the engines resulted in disability to stop the engines, with the result that the ship kept her headway until she sank. That the ship commenced to list to starboard immediately is abundantly established by many witnesses. Some of the witnesses, Laureate and Adams, passengers, Duncan, Bestick, and Johnson, officers, testified that the ship stopped listing to starboard and started to recover and then listed again to starboard until she went over. This action, which is quite likely, must have resulted from the inrush of water on the port side. There can be no other adequate explanation consistent with elementary scientific knowledge. For if the ship temporarily righted herself, it must have been because the weight of water on the 2 sides was equal, or nearly so. The entry of water into the port side must, of course, have been due to some rupture on that side. Such a result was entirely possible, and indeed probable. The explosive force was sufficiently powerful to blow debris far above the radio wires, i.e., more than 160 feet above the water. The boiler rooms were not over 60 feet wide, and so strong a force could readily have weakened the longitudinal bulkheads on the port side, in addition to such injury as flying metal may have done. It is easy to understand, therefore, how the whole pressure of the water rushing in from the starboard side against the weakened longitudinal bulkheads on the port side would cause them to give way, and thus open up some apertures on the port side for the entry of water. Later, when the water continued to rush in on the starboard side, the list to starboard naturally again occurred, increased, and continued to the end. As might be expected, the degree of list to starboard is variously described, but there is no doubt that it was steep and substantial. A considerable amount of testimony was taken upon the contention of claimants that many of the ship's ports were open, thus reducing her buoyancy and substantially hastening her sinking. There is no doubt that on May 6th, adequate orders were given to close all ports. The testimony is conclusive that the ports on Deck F, the majority of which were dummy ports, were closed. Very few, if any, ports on E deck were open, and if so, they were starboard ports in a small section of the first class in the vicinity where one of the torpedoes did its damage. A very limited number of passengers testified that the portholes in their staterooms were open, and if their impressions are correct, these portholes, concerning which they testified, were all, or nearly all, so far above the water that they could not have influenced the situation. There was conflicting testimony as to the ports in the dining room on D deck. The weight of the testimony justifies the conclusion that some of these ports were open. How many, it is impossible to determine. These ports, however, were from 23 to 30 feet above water, and when the gap made by the explosion and the consequent severe and sudden list are considered, it is plain that these open ports were not a contributing cause of the sinking, and had a very trifling influence, if any, in accelerating the time within which the ship sank. From the foregoing, the situation can be visualized. Two sudden and extraordinary explosions, the ship badly listed so that the port side was well up in the air, the passengers scattered about on the decks and in the staterooms, saloons, and companionways, the ship under headway, and, as it turned out, only 18 minutes afloat. Such was the situation which confronted the officers, crew, and passengers in the endeavor to save the lives of those on board. The conduct of the passengers constitutes an enduring record of calm heroism with many individual instances of sacrifice and, in general, a marked consideration for women and children. There was no panic, but naturally there was a considerable amount of excitement and rush and much confusion, and as the increasing list rendered ineffective the lowering of the boats on the port side, the passengers, as is readily understandable, crowded over on the starboard side. The problem presented to the officers of the ship was one of exceeding difficulty, occasioned largely because of the serious list and the impossibility of stopping the ship or reducing her headway. The precaution of extra lookouts resulted in a prompt report to the captain via the bridge of the sighting of the torpedo. Second Officer Heppert, who was on the bridge, immediately closed all watertight doors worked from the bridge, and the testimony satisfactorily shows that all watertight doors worked by hand were promptly closed. Immediately after Captain Turner saw the wake of the torpedo, there was an explosion, and then Turner went to the navigation bridge and took the obvious course, i.e., had the ship's head turned to the land. He signaled the engine room for full speed astern, hoping thereby to take the way off the ship, and then ordered the boats lowered down to the rail and directed that women and children should be first provided for in the boats. As the engine room failed to respond to the order to go full speed astern, and as the ship was continuing underway, Turner ordered that the boats should not be lowered until the vessel should lose her headway, and he told Anderson, the staff captain, who was in charge of the port boats, to lower the boats when he thought the way was sufficiently off to allow that operation. Anderson's fidelity to duty is sufficiently exemplified by the fact that he went down with the ship. Jones, first officer, and Lewis, acting third officer, were in charge of the boats on the starboard side and personally superintended their handling and launching. Too much cannot be said both for their courage and skill, but difficult as was their task, they were not confronted with some of the problems which the port side presented. There, in addition to Anderson, were Bestick, junior third officer, and another officer, presumably the second officer. These men were apparently doing the best they could and standing valiantly to their duty. Anderson's fate has already been mentioned, and Bestick, although surviving, stuck to his post until the ship went down under him. The situation can readily be pictured even by a novice. With the ship listed to starboard, the port boats, of course, swung inboard. If enough manpower were applied, the boats could be put over the rail, but then a real danger would follow. Robertson, the ship's carpenter, aptly described that danger in answer to a question as to whether it was possible to lower the open boats on the port side. He said, quote, "No, to lower the port boats would just be like drawing a crate of unpacked china along a dock road. What I mean is that if you started to lower the boats, you would be dragging them down the rough side of the ship on rivets, which are what we call snap-headed rivets, as they stand up about an inch from the side of the ship. So you would be dragging the whole side of the boat away if you tried to lower the boats with a 15-degree list." End quote. That some boats were and others would have been seriously damaged is evidenced by the fact that 2 port boats were lowered to the water and got away, though one afterward filled, and not one boat reached Queenstown. Each boat has its own history, except possibly boats 2 and 4, although it is naturally difficult in each case to allocate all the testimony to a particular boat. There is some testimony, given in undoubted good faith, that painted or rusted davits stuck out, but the weight of the testimony is to the contrary. There were some lamentable occurrences on the port side, which resulted in spilling passengers, some of whom, thus thrown out or injured, went to their death. These unfortunate accidents, however, were due either to lack of strength of the seaman who was lowering, or possibly, at worst, to an occasional instance of incompetency due to the personal equation so often illustrated, where one man of many may not be equal to the emergency. But the problem was of the most vexatious character. In addition to the crowding of passengers in some instances, was this extremely hazardous feat of lowering boats swung inboard from a tilted weight, heavily weighted by human beings, with the ship still under way. It cannot be said that it was negligent to attempt this, because, obviously, all the passengers could not be accommodated in the starboard boats. End of section 18. Section 19 of World's War Events by Francis J. Reynolds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. The Sinking of the Lusitania, Part 2. On the starboard side, the problem in some respects was not so difficult, while in others, troublesome conditions existed quite different from those occurring on the port side. Here the boats swung so far out as to add to the difficulty of passengers getting in them, a difficulty intensified by the fact that many more passengers went to the starboard side than to the port side, and also that the ship maintained her way. 6 boats successfully got away. In the case of the remaining boats, some were successfully lowered, but later met with some unavoidable accident, and some were not successfully launched, such as numbers 1, 5, and 17, for entirely explainable reasons which should not be charged to inefficiency on the part of the officers or crew. The collapsible boats were on the deck under the open lifeboats and were intended to be lifted and lowered by the same davits which lowered the open boats after the open boats had gotten clear of the ship. It was the duty of the officers to get the open boats away before giving attention to the collapsible boats, and that was a question of time. These boats are designed and arranged to float free if the ship should sink before they can be hoisted over. They were cut loose, and some people were saved on these boats. It is to be expected that those passengers who lost members of their family or friends, and who saw some of the unfortunate accidents, should feel strongly and entertain the impression that inefficiency or individual negligence was widespread among the crew. Such an impression, however, does an inadvertent injustice to the great majority of the crew, who acted with that matter-of-fact courage and fidelity to duty which are traditional with men of the sea. Such of these men, presumably fairly typical of all, as testified in this court, were impressive not only because of inherent bravery, but because of intelligence and clear-headedness, and they possessed that remarkable gift of simplicity so characteristic of truly fearless men who cannot quite understand why an ado is made of acts which seem to them merely the day's work. Mr. Grab, one of the claimants and an experienced transatlantic traveler, concisely summed up the situation when he said, quote, "They were doing the best they could. They were very brave and working as hard as they could without any fear. They didn't care about themselves. It was very admirably done. While there was great confusion, they did the best they could." End quote. It will unduly prolong a necessarily extended opinion to sift the voluminous testimony relating to the subject of the boats and the conduct of the crew, and something is sought to be made of comments of Captain Turner, construed by some to be unfavorable but afterwards satisfactorily supplemented and explained. But if there were some instances of incompetency, there were very few, and the charge of negligence in this regard cannot be successfully maintained. In arriving at this conclusion, I have not overlooked the argument earnestly pressed that the men were not sufficiently instructed and drilled, for I think the testimony establishes the contrary in the light of conditions in May 1915. I now come to what seems to be the only debatable question of fact in the case, i.e., whether Captain Turner was negligent in not literally following the Admiralty advices, and also and not taking a course different from that which he adopted. The fundamental principle in navigating a merchantman, whether in times of peace or of war, is that the commanding officer must be left free to exercise his own judgment. Safe navigation denies the proposition that the judgment and sound discretion of the captain of a vessel must be confined in a mental straitjacket. Of course, when movements are under military control, orders must be strictly obeyed, come what may. No such situation, however, was presented either to the Cunard Steamship Company or Captain Turner. The vessel was not engaged in military service nor under naval convoy. True, she was, as between the German and British governments, an enemy ship as to Germany, but she was unarmed and a carrier of not merely non-combatants, but, among others, of many citizens of the United States, then a neutral country, at peace with all the world. In such circumstances, the captain could not shield himself automatically against error behind a literal compliance with the general advices or instructions of the Admiralty, nor can it be supposed that the Admiralty, any more than the Cunard Steamship Company, expected him so to do. What was required of him was that he should seriously consider and, as far as practicable, follow the Admiralty advices and use his best judgment as events and exigencies occurred. And if a situation arose where he believed that a course should be pursued to meet emergencies which required departure from some of the Admiralty advices as to general rules of action, then it was his duty to take such course, if in accordance with his carefully formed deliberate judgment. After a disaster has occurred, it is not difficult for the expert to show how it might have been avoided, and there is always opportunity for academic discussion as to what ought or ought not to have been done. But the true approach is to endeavor, for the moment, to possess the mind of him upon whom rested the responsibility. Let us now see what that responsibility was and how it was dealt with. The rules of naval warfare allowed the capture and, in some circumstances, the destruction of an enemy merchant ship, but at the same time, it was the accepted doctrine of all civilized nations, as will be more fully considered infra, that, as Lord Mersey put it, quote, there is always an obligation first to secure the safety of the lives of those on board, end quote. The responsibility, therefore, of Captain Turner in his task of bringing the ship safely to port was to give heed not only to general advices advanced as the outcome of experience in the then developing knowledge as to submarine warfare, but particularly to any special information which might come to him in the course of the voyage, realizing that if there was a due warning in accordance with international law, and an opportunity, within a limited time, for the passengers to leave the ship, nevertheless, that the operation must be quickly done. Captain Turner, on May 6th, had taken the full precautions, such as swinging out the boats, properly provisioned, which have been heretofore described. The principal features of the Admiralty advices were 1. To give the headlands a wide berth, 2. To steer a mid-channel course, 3. To maintain as high a speed as practicable, 4. To zigzag, and 5. To make ports, if possible, at dawn, thus running the last part of the voyage at night. The reason for the advice as to keeping off headlands was that the submarines lurked near those prominent headlands and landfalls to and from which ships were likely to go. This instruction Captain Turner entirely followed in respect of Fastnet, which was the first point on the Irish coast which a vessel bound from New York to Liverpool would ordinarily approach closely, and in normal times the passing would be very near, or even inside of Fastnet. The Lusitania passed Fastnet so far out that Captain Turner could not see it. Whether the distance was about 25 miles, as the Cunard Steamship Company contends, or about 18½ miles, as the claimants calculate, the result is that either distance must be regarded as a wide berth in comparison with the customary navigation at that point, and besides, nothing happened there. At 8:30 p.m. on May 6th, the message had been received from the British Admiralty that submarines were off Fastnet, so that Captain Turner, in this regard, not only followed the general advices, but the specific information from the Admiralty. At 11:25 a.m. on May 7, Captain Turner received the wireless from the Admiralty plainly intended for the Lusitania, informing him that submarines, plural, were active in the southern part of the Irish Channel, and when last heard of were 20 miles south of Königsberg, light vessel. This wireless message presented acutely to the captain the problem as to the best course to pursue, always bearing in mind his determination and the desirability of getting to the Liverpool bar when it could be crossed while the tide served and without a pilot. Further, as was stated by Sir Alfred Booth, quote, "The one definite instruction we did give him with regard to that was to authorize him to come up without a pilot." End quote. The reasons for this instruction were cogent and were concisely summed up by Sir Alfred Booth during his examination as a witness as follows. Quote, "It was one of the points that we felt it necessary to make the captain of the Lusitania understand the importance of. The Lusitania can only cross the Liverpool bar at certain states of the tide, and we therefore warned the captain, or whoever might be captain, that we did not think it would be safe for him to arrive off the bar at such a time that he would have to wait there, because that area had been infested with submarines, and we thought, therefore, it would be wiser for him to arrange his arrival in such a way, leaving him an absolutely free hand as to how he would do it, that he could come straight up without stopping at all. The one definite instruction we did give him with regard to that was to authorize him to come up without a pilot." End quote. The tide would be high at Liverpool bar at 6:53 on Saturday morning, May 8th. Captain Turner planned to cross the bar as much earlier than that as he could get over without stopping, while at the same time figuring on passing during the darkness the dangerous waters from the entrance of St. George's Channel to the Liverpool bar. Having thus in mind his objective, and the time approximately when he intended to reach it, the message received at 11:25 a.m. required that he should determine whether to keep off land approximately the same distance as he was when he passed Fastnet, or to work inshore and go close to Königsberg lightship. He determined that the latter was the better plan to avoid the submarines reported in mid-channel ahead of him. When Gallyhead was sighted, the course was changed so as to haul closer to the land, and this course was pursued until 1:40 p.m., at which time Captain Turner concluded that it was necessary for him to get his bearings accurately. This he decided should be done by taking a 4-point bearing, during which procedure the ship was torpedoed. It is urged that he should have taken a 2-point bearing or a cross bearing, which would have occupied less time. But if, under all the conditions which appealed to his judgment as a mariner, he had taken a different method of ascertaining his exact distance, and the result would have been inaccurate, or while engaged in taking a 2-point bearing, the ship had been torpedoed, then somebody would have said he should have taken a 4-point bearing. The point of the matter is that an experienced captain took the bearing he thought proper for his purposes, and to predicate negligence upon such a course is to assert that a captain is bound to guess the exact location of a hidden and puzzling danger. Much emphasis has been placed upon the fact that the speed of the ship was 18 knots at the time of the attack instead of 24, or in any event 21 knots, and upon the further fact, for such it is, that the ship was not zigzagging as frequently as the Admiralty advised, or in the sense of that advice. Upon this branch of the case, much testimony was taken, some in camera, as in the Wreck Commissioner's Court, and for reasons of public interest, the methods of successfully evading submarines will not be discussed. If it be assumed that the Admiralty advices as of May 1915 were sound and should have been followed, then the answer to the charge of negligence is twofold. One, that Captain Turner, in taking a 4-point bearing off the old head of Kinsale, was conscientiously exercising his judgment for the welfare of the ship, and 2, that it is impossible to determine whether, by zigzagging off the old head of Kinsale or elsewhere, the Lusitania would have escaped the German submarine or submarines. As to the first answer, I cannot better express my conclusion than in the language of Lord Mersey. Quote, Captain Turner was fully advised as to the means which, in the view of the Admiralty, were best calculated to avert the perils he was likely to encounter, and in considering the question whether he is to blame for the catastrophe in which his voyage ended, I have to bear this circumstance in mind. It is certain that in some respects Captain Turner did not follow the advice given to him. It may be, though I seriously doubt it, that had he done so, his ship would have reached Liverpool in safety. But the question remains, was his conduct the conduct of a negligent or of an incompetent man? On this question I have sought the guidance of my assessors, who have rendered me invaluable assistance, and the conclusion at which I have arrived is that blame ought not to be imputed to the captain. The advice given to him, although meant for his most serious and careful consideration, was not intended to deprive him of the right to exercise his skilled judgment in the difficult questions that might arise from time to time in the navigation of his ship. His omission to follow the advice in all respects cannot fairly be attributed either to negligence or incompetence. He exercised his judgment for the best. It was the judgment of a skilled and experienced man, and although others might have acted differently, and perhaps more successfully, he ought not, in my opinion, to be blamed." End quote. As to the second answer, it is only necessary to outline the situation in order to realize how speculative is the assertion of fault. It is plain from the radio messages of the Admiralty, May 6, 7:50 p.m., quote, "Submarines active off south coast of Ireland," end quote. May 6, 8:30 p.m., quote, "Submarines off Fastnet," end quote. The 11:25 message of May 7, Supra, May 7, 11:40 a.m., quote, "Submarines 5 miles south of Cape Clear, proceeding west when sighted at 10 a.m., end quote, that more than one submarine was lying in wait for the Lusitania. A scientific education is not necessary to appreciate that it is much more difficult for a submarine successfully to hit a naval vessel than an unarmed merchant ship. The destination of a naval vessel is usually not known. That of the Lusitania was. A submarine commander, when attacking an armed vessel, knows that he, as the attacker, may and likely will also be attacked by his armed opponent. The Lusitania was as helpless in that regard as a peaceful citizen suddenly set upon by murderous assailants. There are other advantages of the naval vessel over the merchant ship which need not be referred to. It must be assumed that the German submarine commanders realized the obvious disadvantages which necessarily attached to the Lusitania, and if she had evaded one submarine, who can say what might have happened 5 minutes later? If there was, in fact, a third torpedo fired at the Lusitania's port side, then that incident would strongly suggest that, in the immediate vicinity of the ship, there were at least 2 submarines. It must be remembered also that the Lusitania was still in the open sea, considerably distant from the places of theretofore submarine activity, and comfortably well off the old head of Kinsale, from which point it was about 140 miles to the Scilly Islands, and that she was nearly 100 miles from the entrance to St. George's Channel, the first channel she would enter on her way to Liverpool. No transatlantic passenger liner, and certainly none carrying American citizens, had been torpedoed up to that time. The submarines, therefore, could lay their plans with facility to destroy the vessel somewhere on the way from Fastnet to Liverpool, knowing full well the easy prey would be afforded by an unarmed, unconvoyed, well-known merchantman, which from every standpoint of international law had the right to expect a warning before its peaceful passengers were sent to their death. That the attack was deliberate and long contemplated and intended ruthlessly to destroy human life as well as property can no longer be open to doubt. And when a foe employs such tactics, it is idle and purely speculative to say that the action of the captain of a merchant ship in doing or not doing something, or in taking one course and not another, was a contributing cause of disaster, or that had the captain not done what he did, or had he done something else, then that the ship and her passengers would have evaded their assassins. I find, therefore, as a fact, that the captain, and hence the Cunard Company, were not negligent. The importance of the cause, however, justifies the statement of another ground, which effectually disposes of any question of liability. It is an elementary principle of law that even if a person is negligent, recovery cannot be had unless the negligence is the proximate cause of the loss or damage. There is another rule, settled by ample authority, viz., that even if negligence is shown, it cannot be the proximate cause of the loss or damage if an independent illegal act or a third party intervenes to cause the loss. The question, then, is whether the act of the German submarine commander was an illegal act. The United States courts recognize the binding force of international law, at least since as early as June 5, 1793, in the letter of Mr. Jefferson, Secretary of State, to the French minister. Our government has recognized the law of nations as an integral part of the laws of the land. To ascertain international law, quote, resort must be had to the customs and usages of civilized nations, and as evidence of these, to the works of commentators and jurists. Such works are resorted to by judicial tribunals for trustworthy evidence of what the law really is, end quote. Let us first see the position of our government, and then ascertain whether that position has authoritative support. Mr. Lansing, in his official communication to the German government dated June 9, 1915, stated, quote, but the sinking of passenger ships involves principles of humanity which throw into the background any special circumstances of detail that may be thought to affect the cases, principles which lift it, as the Imperial German government will no doubt be quick to recognize and acknowledge, out of the class of ordinary subjects of diplomatic discussion or of international controversy. Whatever be the other facts regarding the Lusitania, the principal fact is that a great steamer, primarily and chiefly a conveyance for passengers, and carrying more than 1,000 souls who had no part or lot in the conduct of the war, was torpedoed and sunk without so much as a challenge or a warning, and that men, women, and children were sent to their death in circumstances unparalleled in modern warfare. The fact that more than 100 American citizens were among those who perished made it the duty of the government of the United States to speak of these things, and once more with solemn emphasis to call the attention of the Imperial German government to the grave responsibility which the government of the United States conceives that it has incurred in this tragic occurrence, and to the indisputable principle upon which that responsibility rests. The government of the United States is contending for something much greater than mere rights of property or privileges of commerce. It is contending for nothing less high and sacred than the rights of humanity, which every government honors itself in respecting, and which no government is justified in resigning on behalf of those under its care and authority. Only her actual resistance to capture or refusal to stop when ordered to do so for the purpose of visit could have afforded the commander of the submarine any justification for so much as putting the lives of those on board the ship in jeopardy. This principle the government of the United States understands the explicit instructions issued on August 3, 1914, by the Imperial German Admiralty to its commanders at sea to have recognized and embodied, as do the naval codes of all other nations, and upon it every traveler and seaman had a right to depend. It is upon this principle of humanity, as well as upon the law founded upon this principle, that the United States must stand. The government of the United States cannot admit that the proclamation of a war zone from which neutral ships have been warned to keep away may be made to operate as in any degree an abbreviation of the rights either of American shipmasters or of American citizens bound on lawful errands as passengers on merchant ships of belligerent nationality. It does not understand the Imperial German government to question those rights. It understands it also to accept as established beyond question the principle that the lives of non-combatants cannot lawfully or rightfully be put in jeopardy by the capture or destruction of an unresisting merchantman, and to recognize the obligation to take sufficient precaution to ascertain whether a suspected merchantman is in fact of belligerent nationality or is in fact carrying contraband of war under a neutral flag. The government of the United States therefore deems it reasonable to expect that the Imperial German government will adopt the measures necessary to put these principles into practice in respect of the safeguarding of American lives and American ships, and asks for assurances that this will be done. See White Book of Department of State entitled Diplomatic Correspondence with Belligerent Governments Relating to Neutral Rights and Duties, European War, No. 2, at page 172, printed and distributed October 21, 1915, end quote. The German government found itself compelled ultimately to recognize the principles insisted upon by the government of the United States, for after considerable correspondence, and on May 4, 1916, after the Sussex had been sunk, the German government stated, quote, "The German submarine forces have had, in fact, orders to conduct submarines warfare in accordance with the general principles of visit and search and destruction of merchant vessels as recognized by international law, the sole exception being the conduct of warfare against the enemy trade carried on enemy freight ships that are encountered in the war zones surrounding Great Britain. The German government, guided by this idea, notifies the government of the United States that the German naval forces have received the following orders. In accordance with the general principles of visit and search and destruction of merchant vessels recognized by international law, such vessels, both within and without the area declared as naval war zone, shall not be sunk without warning and without saving human lives, unless these ships attempt to escape or offer resistance. See official communication by German Foreign Office to Ambassador Gerard, May 4, 1916. White Book No. 3 of Department of State, pages 302, 305, end quote. There is, of course, no doubt as to the right to make prize of an enemy ship on the high seas, and under certain conditions to destroy her, and equally no doubt of the obligation to safeguard the lives of all persons aboard, whether passengers or crew. Two quotations from a long list of authorities may be given for convenience, one stating the rule and the other the attitude which obtains among civilized governments. Oppenheim sets forth as among violations of the rules of war, quote, 12. Attack on enemy merchantmen without previous request to submit to visit, end quote. The observation in Vattel's Law of Nations is peculiarly applicable to the case of the Lusitania. Quote, let us never forget that our enemies are men. Though reduced to the disagreeable necessity of prosecuting our right by force of arms, let us not divest ourselves of that charity which connects us with all mankind. Thus shall we courageously defend our country's rights without violating those of human nature. Let our valor preserve itself from every stain of cruelty, and the luster of victory will not be tarnished by inhuman and brutal actions. End quote. In addition to these authorities are the regulations and practices of various governments. In 1512, Henry VIII issued instructions to the Admiral of the Fleet, which accord with our understanding of modern international law. Such has been England's course since. Substantially the same rules were followed in the Russian and Japanese regulations, and probably in the codes or rules of many other nations. The rules recognized and practiced by the United States, among other things, provide, quote, 10. In the case of an enemy merchantman, it may be sunk, but only if it is impossible to take it into port, and provided always that the persons on board are put in a place of safety. U.S. White Book, European War, No. 3, page 192, end quote. These humane principles were practiced both in the War of 1812 and during our own War of 1861-65. Even with all the bitterness, now happily ended and forgotten, and all the difficulties of having no port to which to send a prize, Captain Semmes of the Alabama strictly observed the rule as to human life, even going so far as to release ships because he could not care for the passengers. But we are not confined to American and English precedents and practices. While acting contrary to its official statements, yet the Imperial German government recognized the same rule as the United States, and prior to the sinking of the Lusitania had not announced any other rule. The War Zone Proclamation of February 4, 1915, contained no warning that the accepted rule of civilized naval warfare would be discarded by the German government. Indeed, after the Lusitania was sunk, the German government did not make any such claim, but in answer to the first American note in reference to the Lusitania, the German Foreign Office, per van Jago, addressed to Ambassador Gerard a note dated May 18, 1915, in which, inter alia, it is stated in connection with the sinking of the British steamer Falaba, quote, "In the case of the sinking of the English steamer Falaba, the commander of the German submarine had the intention of allowing passengers and crew ample opportunity to save themselves. It was not until the captain disregarded the order to lay to and took to flight, sending up rocket signals for help, that the German commander ordered the crew and passengers by signals and megaphone to leave the ship within 10 minutes. As a matter of fact, he allowed them 23 minutes and did not fire the torpedo until suspicious steamers were hurrying to the aid of the Falaba." White Book, No. 2, U.S. Department of State, page 169, end quote. Indeed, as late as May 4, 1916, Germany did not dispute the applicability of the rule, as is evidenced by the note written to our government by van Jago of the German Foreign Office, an extract of which has been quoted supra. Further, Section 116 of the German Prize Code, Hubrich and Kind Translation, page 68, enforced that the date of the Lusitania's destruction conformed with the American rule. It provided, quote, "Before proceeding to a destruction of the vessel, the safety of all persons on board, and so far as possible their effects, is to be provided for, and all ship's papers and other evidentiary material which, according to the views of the persons at interest, is of value for the formulation of the judgment of the prize court, are to be taken over by the commander." End quote. Thus, when the Lusitania sailed from New York, her owner and master were justified in believing that, whatever else and theretofore happened, this simple, humane, and universally accepted principle would not be violated. Few at that time would be likely to construe the warning advertisement as calling attention to more than the perils to be expected from quick disembarkation and the possible rigors of the sea after the proper safeguarding of the lives of passengers by at least full opportunity to take to the boats. It is, of course, easy now in the light of many later events, added to preceding acts, to look back and say that the Cunard Line and its captain should have known that the German government would authorize or permit so shocking a breach of international law and so foul an offense, not only against an enemy, but as well against peaceful citizens of a then friendly nation. But the unexpected character of the act was best evidenced by the horror which it excited in the minds and hearts of the American people. The fault, therefore, must be laid upon those who are responsible for the sinking of the vessel, in the legal as well as moral sense. It is, therefore, not the Cunard Line petitioner which must be held liable for the loss of life and property. The cause of the sinking of the Lusitania was the illegal act of the Imperial German government, acting through its instrument, the submarine commander, and violating a cherished and humane rule observed until this war by even the bitterest antagonists. As Lord Mersey said, quote, "The whole blame for the cruel destruction of life in this catastrophe must rest solely with those who plotted and with those who committed the crime." End quote. Italy, bound at the outbreak of the war to Germany and Austria by a treaty which formed the so-called Triple Alliance, was in a most difficult position. Her people, however, were strongly convinced of the aggressive intentions of Germany, and after careful consideration, the government and the people alike decided to cast their lot with the Allies. Active operations were at once begun along the border between Italy and Austria, and in this difficult terrain, the events which are described in the following chapter occurred. End of section 19. Section 20 of World's War Events by Francis J. Reynolds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Mountain Warfare. Howard C. Felton. At the outbreak of the Great War, huge and well-equipped bodies of men, led by highly trained officers, rich in the strategic lore of centuries, set out to demonstrate the value of the theories that they had learned in time of peace. In a few months, an entirely new style of warfare developed, and most of the military learning of the past was interesting chiefly because of its antiquity. After the tremendous conflict at the Marne and the German rush for Calais, which was halted on the line of the Ypres, there were on the Western Front no more battles in the old sense of the word. From the North Sea to the Swiss frontier, the fighting was just a novel and gigantic form of siege warfare. Cavalry became an obsolete arm. Battle tactics, in the old sense, ceased to have any meaning. Of strategy, nothing much remained save the dictionary definition. And now, since Italy and Austria have locked horns above the clouds, among the glaciers and snow-faced slopes of the Alps, even the old textbooks on mountain warfare have lost their significance. In the Trentino and along the Isonzo, we see the consummation of a new style of mountain fighting, which grew out of the old methods in the struggle for the Carpathian passes during the first winter and spring of the war. In the old days, during a campaign in a mountain region, most of the battles were fought on the level. In the literal, not the colloquial sense of the word, there was a deal of marching and scouting among crags and precipices, but all with the object of obtaining the best position in an open valley or upland plain, where the real fighting must take place. Now the smooth floors of the valleys are comparatively deserted, while whole armies are spread out over great peaks and dizzy snowfields thousands of feet above sea level, chopping trenches in the ice and sparring for some vantage point on crag that in peace times might tax the strength and skill of the amateur mountain climber. Sometime between 1764 and 1770, Pierre de Bosset wrote a treatise entitled The Principles of Mountain Warfare. This may seem to be going a long way back, but Bosset's volume and that of the young Count de Gilbert on general tactics have historical interest and importance because, according to Spencer Wilkinson, they show where some of Napoleon's strategic miracles were born. Bosset's observations are as vital as if they had been written in 1910, but as will be seen, many of them are somewhat musty in 1916. Bosset, without the slightest idea of a battle line extending from frontier to sea, lays down as the first principle of mountain warfare that when the enemy holds a strong position, the assailant should force him to leave it by turning it. These strong positions in the mountains were, until this war, the passes and defiles. These contracted places, he explains, as they generally constitute the principal objects of the defense, must compel the general who is taking the offensive to seek every possible means of turning them, or of misleading the enemy by diversions which will weaken him and facilitate access to them. Suppose, for example, that the general on the defensive should be entrenched at all points surrounding his position in such a way as to be able to resist any direct attack that might be attempted against him. It would be necessary to attempt to turn him by some more distant point, choosing positions that would facilitate the scheme, and which, by suggesting some different object, could not raise the suspicion that the troops there collected were destined for the purpose really in view. It often happens in the mountains that the only passages favorable to our plans are interrupted by narrow defiles. In such cases, we must avoid letting the enemy know our real purpose, and must undertake diversions, dividing our forces into small bodies. This method, which would be dangerous in any other sort of country, is indispensable in the mountains, and is the whole science of this kind of warfare, provided that the general who uses it always has the means to reconcentrate his forces when necessary." End quote. Bosset's conclusion is that in such a campaign, the offensive has great advantages over the defensive. It will always possess the initiative, and if it prepares its blow with sufficient secrecy and strikes swiftly, the enemy, whose troops are necessarily scattered along the whole line menaced, can never be ready to meet the attack. Today, The only trouble about this beautifully tricky system of strategy is that the defending general would pay no attention to it. The Austrian General Staff, for instance, knew that the Italians would try to smash through the frontier defenses of the dual empire, and that the natural avenues of attack were up the valley of the Adige, along the railway through Pontebba and Malborghetto, or between Malborghetto and the sea. The Austrians have enough men and guns to defend all these routes and all the tortuous pathways in between. So all they had to do was plant themselves on their chosen ground along the whole carefully fortified mountain line and wait for the Italians to attack wherever they pleased. Quote, "It is only by marching and countermarching," Borset said, "that we can hope to deceive the enemy and induce him to weaken himself in certain positions in order to strengthen himself in others." End quote. But this cannot be done in the mountain fighting in the Alps today. The Italians might march and countermarch as much as they pleased, but there is no possible way of turning the enemy out of his position by outflanking him. It is a case of frontal attack, with every valley blocked and every peak a fortress. The Italians' campaign has two principal objectives, Trent and Gorizia. These two lovely cities of Italia Irredenta are respectively the keys to the right and left flank of the Austrian frontier. Trent guards the valley of the Adige, one of the few natural highways from Italy into Austrian territory. Borset himself, in 1735, designed the defense of this pathway at Rivoli, just inside the Italian boundary, where he laid out what were considered impregnable positions. To the north, where Trent lies, the country becomes more and more difficult for an invader. And up to this time, the Italians have not been able to come within striking distance of the great Austrian fortress, though they hold Rovereto and have cut the direct line of communication between Trent and Toblach. On the Gorizia front, they have made what in this war may be considered as important gains. Gorizia stands watch over the valley of the Isonzo in Austria's Adriatic littoral. Besides occupying Grado and Monfalcone in the coastlands, General Cadorna's forces have crossed the Isonzo at several points, have smashed through to the north, and now threaten to envelop Gorizia. Indeed, many observers believe that Cadorna could at any time take the place by a grand assault if he were willing to pay the cost in blood. Despite the very unfavorable character of the country, the Italians have gained more ground here in the same period than either the Germans or the Anglo-French forces in the flat or rolling plains of Flanders and northern France. But the outflanking tactics of Borset, with feints and swift maneuvering, have had little to do with it. The assailants have had to fight their way, step by step. The Austrians had prepared all sorts of disagreeable surprises. They had hewn gun positions out of solid cliffs, skillfully placed so as to cover the routes of approach, and had cemented up the embrasures. It was merely necessary to knock the cement out and pour shells upon the advancing Italians at a range of several miles. The batteries were inaccessible to storming parties, and the Italians had to drag up guns of equal caliber to put them out of business. In some places, rocks and masses of ice were rolled down the slopes, as in the brave old days of the Helvetians, and in this line the Austrians introduced an innovation. When the Italians began driving their trenches up the steep slopes of Podgora, the Gibraltar of Gorizia, the defenders rolled down barrels of kerosene and set them alight with artillery fire. This enterprise throve joyously until the Italian gunners got the range of the launching point and succeeded in exploding a few barrels among the Austrians themselves. The writer does not mean to give the impression that Italy's job in the Alps is all but finished. A glance at the map of the frontier will cure anyone of such a notion. The Italians were forced to start this campaign under every strategic disadvantage. By the frontier delimited in 1866, they were left without natural defenses on the north and east. All along the Austrian boundary, the heights remained in the hands of the Habsburgs as natural menaces to Venetia and Lombardy. Italy received the plains, but Austria held the mountain fastnesses that hung above them. This is so much the case that when Italy declared war, the Austrian general orders reminded the troops that they were in the position of men on the top floor of a 6-story house, defending it from attackers who must mount from the street under a plunging fire. But in one way or another, the Italians have been doggedly fighting their way up the walls of the house. For one thing, their Alpini have brought to great perfection the use of skis in military operations on the snow-clad slopes. This is the first war in which skis have really come to the front. In France, too, the chasseurs Alpines have been able to show the Germans some astonishing things with their long wooden snowshoes in the winter fighting among the crests of the Vosges. A typical instance of this is the story of the capture of a German post on the Alsatian frontier in the winter of 1914-15. The Germans, holding the railroad from Sainte-Marie to Sainte-Croix, were expecting an attack from the French position at Saint-Die. This impression was deliberately strengthened by a heavy artillery fire from Saint-Die, while a considerable detachment of the chasseurs Alpines led a body of infantry along a winding mountain road to the village of Bonhomme. There they posted themselves just out of sight of the German lines, while the chasseurs scaled the snow-covered heights and crept along the flank of the German position. When they had reached the desired position, the infantry charged along the road, and the chasseurs Alpines simultaneously whizzed down the slope on their skis. The swift flank attack did the business, and the Germans were driven for some miles down the valley of the Weiss toward Colmar. One of the greatest single mountain successes of the war was the Austrian capture of Mount Lüftchen, the huge black mass of rock, nearly 6,000 feet high, which dominates the Austrian port of Cattaro and sentinels the little kingdom of Montenegro on the west. Ever since the war began, the Austrians have, from time to time, made attempts to reach the summit of this mighty rock. It is only a matter of an hour or two by winding road in peace times, but the Austrians were something like 18 months on the job, and in all this time, it is doubtful if the defenders ever numbered much more than 5,000. It was not captured until the Montenegrins had practically run out of ammunition and of reasons for holding the position. The rest of their kingdom was overrun, and they were to all intents and purposes out of the war. The Russian campaign in the Carpathians, before the great German drive of a year ago pushed the Tsar's armies back into their own country, also illustrates how the mountain warfare of today grew by natural tendencies from the tactics of Bourset into the trench warfare of northern France. In the first weeks of the war, when the great offensive movement of the Austrian army toward Lublin was crushed by the Grand Duke Nicholas, and the broken hosts of the dual monarchy were sent flying through Galicia and the Carpathians, a cloud of Cossack cavalry followed them and penetrated into the plains of Hungary. This last operation was merely a raid, however, and the Cossacks were soon galloping back through the mountain passes. Then the Russians laid siege to Przemysl and occupied the whole of Galicia up to the line of the San. Later they pushed on westward to the Dunajec, threatening Krakow. This was their high tide. On their left flank was the mass of the Carpathians, pierced by a number of passes. The more important of these, from west to east, are the Tarnow, Dukla, Lubkow, and Usok. The Austrians were rallied after some weeks and put up something of a fight for these contracted places. The Russians, following the precepts of Bourset, threatened the passage which seemed most desirable because of the railroad facilities and delivered a heavy blow at the Dukla Pass, the least important of the four. Here they pushed through to Bartfeld on the Hungarian plain. Then, however, Mackensen's fearful blow smashed the Russian line on the Dunajec and poured the German legions across Galicia in the rear of the Carpathian armies, forcing the Muscovites to abandon the passes and scurry home. Mountain warfare has always had a certain romantic glamour, and it has filled many pages in the literature of fighting. As a matter of historical fact, however, it has played a comparatively small part in the world's annals. Almost all the great campaigns have been fought out in the lowlands. It is Belgium, for instance, and not Switzerland, that has been proverbially the battleground of Europe. Napoleon and Suvorov marched armies through the Alps, but only as a means of striking unexpectedly at the enemy who occupied the plains beyond. Up to the time of the present war, mountain campaigns have usually been no more than picturesque footnotes to history, illuminated by the valor of raiding clansmen like Roderick Dhu of the Scottish Highlands, or guerrilla chiefs like Andreas Hofer, the Tyrolese patriot. Hofer's struggle against Napoleon was indeed a gallant and notable one, but has scarcely entered into the main current of history. If, however, we include Garibaldi among the mountain fighters, and such was the characteristic bent of his remarkable military genius, we must accord him a place among the molders of modern Europe, for without his flashing sword, Italy could not have been liberated and united. His 2 Alpine campaigns against the Austrians were successful and effective, but his most brilliant powers were shown in his memorable invasion of Sicily in 1860. Chased ashore at Marsala by the Neapolitan warships and narrowly escaping capture, he led his followers, 1,000 red-shirted volunteers armed with obsolete muskets, into the Sicilian mountains, where he played such a game that within 2 months he compelled the surrender of a well-equipped army of nearly 30,000 regulars. The history of warfare can show but few exploits so daring and so dramatic. The most important military movement on the Western Front in the early autumn of 1915 was the great French offensive in Champagne. During the preceding months of the spring and summer, there had been hard fighting all along the 400-mile line from the North Sea to Switzerland. The military results had been small on either side, and now the French resolved on a mighty offensive which should be decisive in its accomplishments. What these results actually were is told in the following narrative. End of section 20. Section 21 of World's War Events by Francis J. Reynolds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. The Great Champagne Offensive of 1915. Official account of the French headquarters staff. After the battles of May and June 1915 in Artois, activity on the Western Front became concentrated in the Vosges, where, by a series of successful engagements, we managed to secure possession of more favorable positions and to retain them in spite of incessant counterattacks. The superiority established over the adversary, the wearing down of the latter through vain and costly counteroffensives, which absorbed in that sector his local resources, the state of uncertainty in which the Germans found themselves in view of the menace of a French division in Alsace. Such were the immediate results of these engagements, from the number of the effectives engaged and the limited front along which the attacks took place. Those attacks, nevertheless, were no more than local. While those operations were developing, the higher command was carefully preparing for a great offensive. The situation of the Russian armies imposed on us, as their allies, obligations the accomplishment of which had been made possible by the results of a long course of preparation, no less than by the aid of circumstances. The inaction of the adversary, engaged on the Eastern Front in a series of operations of which he had not foreseen the difficulties, and thus reduced to the defensive on our front, left the initiative of the operations in our hands. The landing in France of fresh British troops enabled Marshal French to take upon himself the defense of a portion of the lines hitherto held by French troops. The improvement of our defensive organizations, which made possible certain economies in the effectives, the regrouping of units, and the creation of new units, also had the effect of placing a larger number of men at the disposal of the Generalissimo. The increased output of war materiel ensured him the necessary means for a complete artillery preparation. Among all the elements of success which were thus united at the end of the summer of 1915, not the least was the incomparable individual worth of the French soldier. It was to the traditional warlike qualities of the race that the Generalissimo appealed when, on September 23, 1915, he addressed to the troops the following general order, which was read to the regiments by their officers. Quote, "Soldiers of the Republic, after months of waiting, which have enabled us to increase our forces and our resources, while the adversary has been using up his own, the hour has come to attack and conquer and to add fresh glorious pages to those of the Marne and Flanders, the Vosges and Arras. Behind the whirlwind of iron and fire let loose, thanks to the factories of France, where your brothers have, night and day, worked for us, you will proceed to the attack altogether, on the whole front, in close union with the armies of our allies. Your elan will be irresistible. It will carry you at a bound up to the batteries of the adversary, beyond the fortified lines which he has placed before you. You will give him neither pause nor rest until victory has been achieved. Set to with all your might for the deliverance of the soil of La Patrie, for the triumph of justice and liberty. J. Joffre." End quote. The description of the operations in Champagne will show under what conditions our troops acquitted themselves of the task assigned to them, and also the value and significance of this success without precedent in the war of positions in which we are at present engaged. The German line that was broken in Champagne is the same that was fortified by our adversaries after the victory of the Marne. It rests on the western side on the Massif de Moronvillers. To the east, it stretches as far as the Argonne. It was intended to cover the railway line from Chalarange to Bazancourt, a line indispensable for the concentration movements of the German troops. The offensive front, which extended from Auberive to the east of Ville-sur-Tourbe, presents a varied aspect. From east to west may be seen 1. A glacis about 8 kilometers in width, the gentle slopes of which are covered by numerous little woods. The road from Saint-Hilaire to Saint-Supple, with a Baraque de la Pine de Vedagrange, marks approximately its axis. 2. The hollow, at the bottom of which is the village of Souain, and of which the first German line followed the further edge. The road from Souain to Pompeii describes the radius of this semicircle. The farm of Navarine, at a distance of 3.5 kilometers to the north of Souain, stands on the top of the hills. 3. To the north of Perths, a comparatively tranquil region of uniform aspect, forming between the wooded hills of the Traubricot and those of the Butte du Mesnil, a passage 3 kilometers wide, barred by several lines of trenches and ending at a series of heights, the Butte de Souain, hills 195 and 201, and the Butte de Tahour, surmounted by the second German line. 4. To the north of Les Mesnil, a very strong position, bastioned on the west by 2 twin heights, Mamel Nord and Trapeze, on the east by the Butte du Mesnil. The German trenches formed between these 2 bastions a powerful curtain, behind which extended as far as Tahour, a thickly wooded, undulating region. To the north of Beausejour, a bare terrain easily practicable, with a gentle rise in the direction of Ripon as far as the farm of Maison de Champagne. 6. To the north of Massiges, hills numbered 191 and 199, describing on the map the figure of a hand, very strongly constructed and constituting the eastern flank of the whole German line. This tableland slopes down gently in the direction of Ville-sur-Tourbe. The achievements of our troops from September 25 to October 3, 1915, in this region may be thus summarized. They scaled the whole of the glacis of Alpine de Vedagrange. They occupied the ridge of the hollow at Souain, debouched in the opening to the north of Perths to the slopes of Hill 185 and as far as the Butte de Tahour, carried the western bastions of the curtain of Les Mesnil, advanced as far as Maison de Champagne, and took by assault the hand of Massiges. That is to say that they captured an area about 40 square kilometers in extent. The importance of that figure is shown when one examines on the map accompanying this report the position of the German trenches with a view to understanding the system of defense adopted by our adversaries. Two positions, distant from 3 to 4 kilometers from each other, stand out clearly. The first is the more dense. The trenches, with their alleys of communication present at certain points, the appearance of a wirework chessboard. Everywhere, to a depth of from 300 to 400 meters, there are at least 3 parallel lines, sometimes 5. The trenches are separated from each other as a rule by wire entanglements varying in width from 15 to 60 meters. The second position comprises only one trench, reinforced at certain points by a supporting trench. It is everywhere constructed, as is the wire network in front of it, in the form of a slope. On top, there are merely observation stations with machine gun shelters connected with the trench by an alley of communication. Between the two positions, the terrain was also specially prepared, being cut up by transverse or diagonal trenches. The alleys of communication constructed to facilitate the firing, which were in many cases protected by wirework, made possible, according to the German method, a splitting up of the terrain by lateral fire and the maintenance, even after the tide of the assailants had flooded the trenches, of centers of resistance, veritable strongholds that could only be reduced after a siege. The positions of the artillery were established, as were also the camps and provision depots behind the first position, the principal line of defense. The whole German organization was known to us. It was shown on our maps, and every defensive work, trench, alley of communication, and clump of trees was given a special name or a number preceded by a certain letter, according to the sector of attack wherein it was situated. This minute precision in the details of the preparation is worthy of being pointed out. It constitutes one of the peculiarities of the present war, a veritable siege war in which the objective has to be realized beforehand and clearly determined, every piece of ground having to be captured by heavy fighting, as was formerly every redan and every curtain. The bombardment of the German positions began on September 22, 1915, and was pursued night and day according to a time scheme and a division of labor previously determined upon. The results expected were 1. The destruction of the wire entanglements. 2. The burial of the defenders in their dugout. 3. The raising of the trenches and the demolition of the embrasures. 4. The stopping up of the alleys of communication. The gunfire covered not only the first trench, but also the supporting trench and even the second position, although the distance at which the last was situated and the outline of its wire entanglements made it difficult to make field observations in that direction. At the same time, the heavy long-range guns bombarded the headquarters, the cantonments, and the railway stations. They cut the railway lines, causing a suspension of the work of revictualling. The best witnesses to the effectiveness of our bombardment are to be found in unfinished letters found upon prisoners. Quote, September 23rd. The French artillery fired without intermission from the morning of the 21st to the evening of the 23rd, and we all took refuge in our dugouts. On the evening of the 22nd, we were to have gone to get some food, and the French continued to fire on our trenches. In the evening we had heavy losses, and we had nothing to eat. End quote. Quote, September 25th. I have received no news, and probably I shall not receive any for some days. The whole postal service has been stopped. All places have been bombarded to such an extent that no human being could stand against it. The railway line is so seriously damaged that the train service for some time has been completely stopped. We have been for 3 days in the first line. During those 3 days, the French have fired so heavily that our trenches are no longer visible. End quote. Quote, September 24th. For the last 2 days, the French have been firing like mad. Today, for instance, a dugout has been destroyed. There were 16 men in it. Not one of them managed to save his skin. They are all dead. Besides that, a number of individual men have been killed, and there are a great mass of wounded. The artillery fires almost as rapidly as the infantry. A mist of smoke hangs over the whole battlefront, so that it is impossible to see anything. Men are dropping like flies. The trenches are no longer anything but a mound of ruins." End quote. Quote, September 24th. "A rain of shells is pouring down upon us. The kitchen and everything that is sent to us is bombarded at night. The field kitchens no longer come to us. Oh, if only the end were near. That is the cry everyone is repeating. Peace, peace." End quote. Extract from the notebook of a man of the 103rd Regiment. Quote, "From the trench, nothing much can now be seen. It will soon be on a level with the ground." End quote. Letter of an artilleryman of the 100th Regiment of Field Artillery. Quote, September 25th. "We have passed through some terrible hours. It was as though the whole world was in a state of collapse. We have had heavy losses. One company of 250 men had 60 killed last night. A neighboring battery had 16 killed yesterday. The following instant will show you the frightful destructiveness of the French shells. A dugout 5 meters deep, surmounted by 2 meters 50 centimeters of earth and 2 thicknesses of heavy timber, was broken like a match." End quote. Report made on September 24th in the morning by the captain commanding the 3rd Company of the 135th Regiment of Reserve. Quote, "The French are firing on us with great bombs and machine guns. We must have reinforcements at once. Many men are no longer fit for anything. It is not that they are wounded, but they are Landsturmers. Moreover, the wastage is greater than the losses announced. Send rations immediately. No food has reached us today. Urgently want illuminating cartridges and hand grenades. Is the hospital corps never coming to fetch the wounded?" End quote. Quote, September 25th, 11:45. "I urgently beg for reinforcements. The men are dying from fatigue and want of sleep. I have no news of the battalion." End quote. The time fixed for all the attacks on the Champagne front was 9:15 in the morning. There was no hesitation. At the time mentioned, the troops came out of the trenches with the aid of steps or scaling ladders and drew up in line before making a rush at the German trenches. The operation was rapidly effected. The objective was at an average distance of 200 meters. This was covered without serious losses. The Germans were nearly everywhere surprised, and their defensive fire was not opened until after the invading tide of the attackers had passed by. Over the whole attacking front, our troops penetrated into the first German trench, but subsequently the progress was no longer uniform. While certain units continued their forward movement with extreme rapidity, others came up against machine guns still in action and either stopped or advanced only with difficulty. Some centers of the German resistance maintained their position for several hours and even for several days. A line showing the different stages of our advance in Champagne would assume a curiously winding outline and would reveal on the one hand the defensive power of an adversary resolved to stick to the ground at all costs, and on the other the victorious continuity of the efforts of our troops in this hand-to-hand struggle. The Battle of Champagne must be considered in the light of a series of assaults executed at the same moment in parallel or convergent directions and having for their object either the capture or the hemming in of the first German position, the units being instructed to reform in a continuous line before the second position. In order to understand the development, the terrain must be divided into several sectors, in each of which the operations, although closely coordinated, assumed, as a consequence either of the nature of the ground or of the peculiarities of the enemy defenses, a different character. The unity of the action was nevertheless ensured by the simultaneity of the rush, which carried all the troops beyond the first position, past the batteries, to the defenses established by the enemy on the heights to the south of Pai. At the two extremities of our attacking front, subjected to converging fires and to counterattacks on the flanks, our offensive made no progress. The fighting which took place in Auberive and round about Servon were distinguished by more than one trait of heroism, but they were destined to have no other result than that of containing the forces of the enemy and of immobilizing him at the wings while the attack was progressing in the center. 1. Sector of L'Épine de Vedegrange. The first German line was established at the base of a wide glacis covered with clumps of trees and formed a series of salients running into each other. At certain points, it ran along the edge of the woods where the supplementary defenses were completed by abattis. The position as a whole between Auberive and Soulain described a vast triangle. To the west of the road, from Saint-Hilaire to Saint-Supple, the troops traversed the first enemy line and rushed forward for a distance of about a kilometer as far as a supporting trench, in front of which they were stopped by the wire work. A counterattack debouching from the west and supported by the artillery of Moron-Villers caused a slight retirement of our left. The troops of the right, on the contrary, maintained their gains and succeeded on the following days in enlarging and extending them, remaining in touch with the units which were attacking on the east of the road. The latter had succeeded in a particularly brilliant manner in overcoming the difficulties with which they were confronted. The German position which they captured, with its triple and quadruple lines of trenches, its small forts armed with machine guns, its woods adapted for the purpose in view, constituted one of the most complete schemes of defense on the Champagne front, and afforded cover to a numerous artillery concealed in the woods of the glacis. On his front, which was about 3.5 kilometers wide, the attack on September 25, 1915, achieved a varying success. The troops on the left, after having penetrated into the first trench, had their progress arrested by machine guns. On the right, however, in spite of the obstacle presented by 4 successive trenches, each of which was covered by a network of wire entanglements and was concealed in the woods, where our artillery had difficulty in reaching them, the attacking troops gained nearly 2 kilometers, capturing 700 prisoners, of whom 17 were officers, and seizing 2 guns of 77 and 5 guns of 105. The advance recommenced on September 27, 1915. The left took possession of the woods lining the road from Saint-Hilaire to Saint-Supple, as far as the Épine de Vedegrange. Along the whole extent of the wooded heights as far as the western side of the hollow at Soulain, the success was identical. Notwithstanding the losses they sustained, notwithstanding the fatigue involved in the incessant fighting, the troops pushed forward, leaving behind them only a sufficient force to clear the woods of isolated groups of the enemy who still remained there. Between 4 and 6 p.m., we arrived immediately in front of the second German position. On the 27th, we penetrated into this position at 2 points. We took possession of a trench about a kilometer wide, called the Parallel of the Épine de Vedegrange, which is duplicated almost throughout by another trench, the Parallel of the Wood of Chevron, and the wirework entanglements of which were intact and precluded an assault. Further east, our soldiers also continued, thanks to the conformation of the terrain, to penetrate into the enemy trench to a depth of about 400 meters. But it was impossible to take advantage to this breach owing to a concentration of the German heavy artillery, a rapidly continued defense of the surrounding woods, and the fire of machine guns, which it was not possible to capture, and which were directed from the trenches on the right and left of the entry and exit to the breach. The results attained in this attacking sector alone may be stated thus: 15 square miles of territory organized for defense throughout nearly the whole of its extent. On September 28th, 44 cannon, 7 of 105 and 6 of 150, and more than 3,000 prisoners. 2. Sector of Soulain. The enemy lines round about Soulain described a wide curve. In the immediate vicinity of our trenches, to the west at the mill and to the east of the wood of Sabot, they swerved to the extent of over a kilometer to the north of the village and of the source of the Aisne. When the offensive was decided upon, it was necessary, in order to extend our lines forward to striking distance, to undertake sapping operations in parallel lines, and at times to make dashes by night over the intervening ground. The men working underground got into communication with the trenches by digging alleys of communication. This difficult undertaking was effected with very slight losses under the eyes and under the fire of the enemy. Our parallel lines approached to within a distance of 200 meters of the German trenches. The assault was made in three different directions. On the west, in the direction of Hills 167 and 174. In the center, along a line running parallel with the road from Souen to Pompeii, in the direction of the farm of Navarin. On the east, in the direction of the woods intersected by the road from Souen to Tahour, and in the direction of the Butte de Souen. The advance was extremely rapid. On the left, 2 kilometers in less than 1 hour. In the center, 3 kilometers in 45 minutes. At 10 a.m., we had reached the farm of Navarin. Towards the east, the forward march was more difficult. Some German machine guns stood their ground in the wood of Sabot and contributed to the resistance of the enemy. This defense was destined to be overcome by surrounding them. Arriving at the wooded region in that part where it is intersected by the road from Souen to Tahour, the assailants joined up on September 27, 1915, with those of our troops who were attacking to the north of Perths. They left behind them only what was barely necessary in the way of troops to clear the woods of stragglers. Parlementaires were sent to the Germans, who received them with a volley of rifle shots and endeavored to escape during the night. The majority were killed, and the survivors surrendered. Several batteries and a large quantity of materiel, supplies of shells and provisions, grenades, telephones, wire, light railways, remained in our hands. On the 28th, along the entire length of the sector, we were immediately in front of the second German position. The troops had shown an unparalleled ardor and energy. They had been trained by officers whose courage and spirit of self-sacrifice are indicated by this casualty list: a general of division and 4 colonels wounded, 2 colonels killed. 3. Sector of Perths. Between Souen and Perths stretches a wooded region in which already in February and March heavy fighting had taken place. At that period we had contrived to take possession on the eastern extremity of this region of the German defenses of the wood of Sabot. We had also made progress to the northwest of Perths on the summit of Hill 200. But between these two positions, the Germans had retained a strong system of trenches forming a salient almost triangular in shape, to which we gave the name of the pocket, La Poche. During the whole year, a war of mining had been going on, and the region, which was broken up by concave constructions and intersected in all directions by trenches and alleys of communication, constituted an attacking ground all the more difficult because to the north of La Poche, the somewhat thickly wooded Trou Bricot, the edges of which were in a state of defense, obstructed a rapid advance. This wooded region extends over a width of 1.5 kilometers and a depth of 4 kilometers. The arrangements made for the attack contemplated, after the capture of La Poche, the surrounding of the wood of the Trou Bricot. The junction was to be made at the road from Souen to Tahour, with the troops assigned for the attack on the eastern border of the hollow at Souen. The ground to the east of the Trou Bricot was less difficult. Open and comparatively flat, it was defended on the north of Perths by a triple line of trenches distant 100 meters from each other. At a distance of 1,000 meters to 1,200 meters, a supporting trench, called the York Trench, was almost unique in its entire construction. The open country beyond stretched for a distance of 3 kilometers up to the second German position, Hill 195, Butte de Tahour. The principal effort was directed against this passage, the left flank of the attack being secured by a subsidiary action confined to the capture of La Poche. At 9 a.m., our artillery directed its fire successively against the first-line trenches and the supporting trenches. The attack took place in the most perfect order. The assailants were already swarming in the German lines when the enemy artillery opened its defensive fire. Our counter-batteries hampered the German pieces, and our reserves in the rear suffered little from their fire. At 9:45 a.m., the two columns which were attacking the extremities of the salient of La Poche joined hands. The position was surrounded. These Germans who remained alive inside it surrendered. At the same time, a battalion was setting foot in the defenses of the southern edges of the wood of Trou-Bricot. The battalions that followed, marching to the outside of the eastern edges, executed with perfect regularity a left turn and came and formed up alongside the alleys of communication as far as the supporting trench. At the same moment, in the open country to the north of Perth, the troops surmounted the three first-line trenches and, preceded by our artillery, made a quick march towards the York Trench and occupied it almost without striking a blow. Further to the east, along the road from Perth to Tahour, their advance encountered greater difficulties. Some centers of the German resistance could not be overcome. A sheltered machine gun continued its fire. An infantry officer, with a quartermaster of artillery, succeeded in getting into action a gun at a distance of 300 meters from the machine gun and in firing at it at close quarters. Of the troops which were advancing to the north of Perth, some made for the eastern border of the wood of Bricot, where they penetrated into the camps, ousting the defenders and surprising several officers in bed. Late in the afternoon, one of our regiments had reached the road from Soissons to Tahour. Other units were marching straight towards the north, clearing out the little woods on the way. They there captured batteries of which the artillerymen were riveted to their guns by means of bayonets, notably 10 pieces of 105 and 5 of 150. The same work was being performed in the woods extending east of the road from Perth to Soissons and Tahour, where batteries were charged and captured while in action. At this spot, a regiment covered 4 kilometers in 2 hours and captured 10 guns, 3 of 105 and 7 of 77. But from 12 o'clock midday onwards, the rate of progress decreased, the bad weather making it impossible for our artillery to see what was going on and rendering the joining up of the different corps extremely difficult. From the Butte de Soissons and Tahour, the enemy directed converging fires on our men, who were advancing along very open ground. Nevertheless, they continued their advance as far as the slopes of Hill 193 and the Butte de Tahour, and there dug themselves in. The night passed without any counterattack by the enemy. Our artillery, including several field batteries, which had arrived immediately after the attack beyond the York Trench, also brought forward its heavy pieces. At dawn, the reconstituted regiments made another forward rush, which enabled them to establish themselves in immediate contact with the second German position from the Butte de Soissons to the Butte de Tahour, and even to seize several advanced posts in that neighborhood. But on the lower slopes, some of the wire entanglements remained intact. A successful assault on them would have been possible only after a fresh preparation. Up to October 6, 1915, the troops remained where they were, digging trenches and organizing a defensive system which had to be constructed all over again on ground devastated by the enemy fire. 4. Sector of Le Mesnil. It was to the north of Le Mesnil that we encountered the greatest resistance on the part of the adversary. In the course of the engagements of the preceding winter, we had succeeded in securing a foothold on top of the hill numbered 196. The Germans remained a little to the east, in a ravine which we continue to call by its designation of the Ravine of the Kitchens, Ravine des Cuisines. Our assault rendered us masters of it, but we could make no further progress. The German trenches are constructed on the northern slopes of Hill 196, and are concealed from field observation so that it is difficult for the artillery to play upon them. Moreover, they are flanked on one side by the twin heights of the Mamelles, on the other by the Butte du Mesnil. To the eastward, some of our units contrived on September 25, 1915, to penetrate into the trenches of the Butte knoll, but failed to maintain their ground in consequence of a counterattack supported by flank fires. Westward, it was not until the night of the 1st to the 2nd of October 1915 that we captured the northern Memel, thus surrounding the works of the trapeze which surmount the southern Memel. 5. Sector of Beauséjour. The attacks launched north of Beauséjour met with a more rapid and more brilliant success. The swarm of invaders throwing themselves on the first German lines captured one after the other the enemy works in the very sparsely timbered woods called the Fer de Lance Wood and the Demelune Wood, and afterwards all the works known as the Bastion. In one rush, certain units gained the top of Maisons de Champagne, passed several batteries, killing the artillerymen as they served their pieces. The same movement took the assailants across the intricate region of the mine funnels of Beauséjour up to the extended wood intersected by the road to Maisons de Champagne. Our soldiers then came across German artillerymen engaged in unlimbering their guns. They killed the drivers and horses. The survivors surrendered. Further westward, the left wing of the attacking troops advanced with greater difficulty, being hampered by small forts and covered works with which the trenches were everywhere protected. It was at this moment that the cavalry came unexpectedly to the support of the infantry. 2 squadrons of hussars, having crossed our old trenches in face of a heavy defensive artillery fire, prepared to gallop against the German batteries north of Maisons de Champagne. When they reached that part of the lines where the Germans still maintained their position, the latter immediately directed the fire of their machine guns against the cavalrymen, several of whose horses were hit. The hussars dismounted and with drawn sabers made for the trenches. While favored by this diversion, the infantrymen resumed their forward movement. The resistance of the enemy broke down. More than 600 Germans were captured in this way. In the course of the afternoon and during the day of September 25, 1915, some enemy counterattacks were made from the direction of Ripon, but were unsuccessful in ousting us from summit of Maisons de Champagne. On the following days, a fierce struggle took place north of the summit in the region of a defensive work known as the Ouvrage de la Défaite, which was captured by us, lost, then recaptured, and finally evacuated in consequence of an extremely violent bombardment. 6. Sector of Massige. The safety of our troops, which had advanced as far as the extended wood and Maisons de Champagne, was assured by the capture of the summits of the heights of Massige. This sharply undulating upland, numbered 199 on the north and 191 on the south, constituted in the hands of the Germans a fortress which they believed to be impregnable, and from the top of which they commanded our positions in several directions. At 9:15 a.m., the 2 first attacking parties marched out in columns. The men went forth gaily and deliberately, preceded by the firing of the field artillery. By 9:30 a.m., our infantry, before the enemy had had time to recover themselves, had reached the summit. From this moment, subject to machine gun and musketry fire, the men could only proceed slowly along the summits by the alleys of communication, with hand grenades supported by the artillery, with whom they remained in constant touch by flag signaling. As the advance of our grenadiers continued, the Germans surrendered in large numbers. An uninterrupted chain of grenade bearers, like the chains of bucket holders at a fire in former times, was established in the alleys of communication from Massige forward, and each fresh arrival of grenades was accompanied by a fresh advance. From September 25th to October 3rd, 1915, the fight continued in this way and was carried on by our soldiers with fierce persistency. The Germans hurled upon the spot constant reinforcements and offered an obstinate resistance that has rarely been equaled. They stood up to be shot down, the machine gun men at their guns, the grenadiers on their grenade chests. All attempts at a counterattack remained equally unproductive. The position of the heights of Massige enabled us to extend our gains towards Ville-sur-Tourbe, while taking in flank the trenches which we had failed to secure by a frontal attack. The loss of the heights of Massige appears to have particularly upset the German general staff, which, after having denied the fact, represented that the ground which it had lost as a consequence of grenade fighting had been abandoned owing to artillery fire. The attitude of the enemy was characterized by 1. Surprise, 2. Disorganization, 3. A sudden and almost disorderly engagement of the reserves, 4. The exhaustion and demoralization of the soldiers. 1. It is beyond doubt that the Germans were surprised by the extent and violence of our attacks. They were expecting a French offensive. The orders of the day of Generals von Fleck and von Dittfurth prove this. Quote, "The possibility of a great French offensive must be considered," end quote. Von Dittfurth, August 15th. Quote, "The French higher command appears to be disposed to make another desperate effort," end quote. Von Fleck, September 26th. But the Germans foresaw neither the strength nor the success of the effort. During our artillery preparation, 29 battalions only were brought back to Champagne. The 183rd Brigade, the 5th Division of the 3rd Corps, and 1/2 of the 43rd Division of Reserves. In thus limiting before the attack the reinforcements of its effectives, the German General Staff showed that they did not suspect the vigor of the blow that was about to be delivered. The same thing happened with regard to the subordinate forces. Inside the shelters in the second line, officers were captured while lying down. They had an unwarranted confidence in the strength of their first line, and the interruption of telephone communications had prevented their being informed of the rapid progress of our offensive. 2. This rapidity of our attack explains the disorganization of the adversary on the morning of September 25th. At some points, certain officers and non-commissioned officers were able to continue the resistance until the investment, followed by capitulation. But elsewhere there were prompt surrenders. Men were also seen flying before our attacking troops and being killed while making for their second position. 3. In order to make up for the insufficiency of the local reserves, the German military authorities had to put in line not only the important units which they held at their disposal behind the front, 10th Corps brought back from Russia, but the local reserves from other sectors, Soissonnais, Argonne, Ypres, Alsace, which were dispatched to Champagne, one battalion after another, and even in groups of double companies. Nothing better indicates the disorganization of the German command and the significance of the check suffered than the conditions under which these reserves were engaged. The units were dispatched to the fight completely disassociated. Among the regiments of the 5th Division, 3rd Corps, one, the 81st, was identified near Massige, while a battalion of the 12th was at Tahour and a battalion of the 32nd at the Trou Bricot. It was the same as regards the 56th Division, of which the 88th and 35th Regiments were dispatched to Massige and the 91st to Soissons, while a battalion of the 79th took up a position to the west of the Butte de Tahour. Ill provided with food and munitions, the reinforcements were thrown into the engagement on an unknown terrain without indication as to the direction they had to take and without their junction with neighboring units having been arranged. Through the haste with which they threw their reserves under the fire of our artillery and of our infantry, already in possession of the positions, the German General Staff considerably increased the number of their losses. A letter taken from a soldier of the 118th Regiment furnishes us with proof of this. Quote, "We were put in a motor car and proceeded at a headlong pace to Tahour by way of Vouziers. 2 hours rest in the open air, with rain falling, and then we had a 6 hours march to take up our positions. On our way, we were greeted by the fire of the enemy shells, so that, for instance, out of 280 men of the 2nd Company, only 224 arrived safe and sound inside the trenches. These trenches, freshly dug, were barely from 35 to 50 centimeters deep. Continually surrounded by mines and bursting shells, we had to remain in them and do the best we could with them for 118 hours without getting anything hot to eat. Hell itself could not be more terrible. Today, at about 12 o'clock noon, 600 men, fresh troops, joined the regiment. In 5 days we have lost as many and more." End quote. The disorder amid which the reinforcements were engaged appears clearly from this fact that on the only part of the front included between Maisons de Champagne and Hill 189, there were on October 2, 1915, 32 battalions belonging to 21 different regiments. 4. The violence of the shock sustained and the necessity of replacing in the fighting line units which had almost entirely disappeared hampered the German military authorities. On the first day, they were unable to respond effectively even with their artillery, the fire of which along the whole front was badly directed and, as a rule, poorly sustained. The loss of numerous batteries obviously deprived them of a portion of their resources. The following days, the enemy seemed to have but one idea: to strengthen their second line to stem our advance. The counterattacks were concentrated at a comparatively unimportant part of the battlefront in certain places, the loss of which appeared to them to be particularly dangerous. Therefore, on the heights of Massige, the German military authorities threw in succession isolated battalions of the 123rd, 124th, and 120th regiments, of the 30th Regular Regiment, and of the 2nd Regiment of Ersatz Reserve, 16th Corps, which were each in turn decimated. For these counterattacks, hastily and crudely prepared, all resulted in sanguinary failures. Generally speaking, the offensive capacity of the Germans appeared to be broken. The following order of the day of General von Dittworth bears witness to this. Quote, "It seemed to me that the infantry at certain points was confining its action to a mere defensive. I cannot protest too strongly against such an idea, which necessarily results in destroying the spirit of offensive in our own troops and in arousing and strengthening in the mind of the enemy a feeling of his superiority. The enemy is left full liberty of action, and our own action is subjected to the will of the enemy." End quote. 5. In an engagement in the open, the number of prisoners is an indication of the spirit of the enemy. In Champagne, the Germans surrendered in constituted units, sections or companies, and even in groups of several hundred men. They confessed that they were worn out. They had been, for the most part, without supplies for several days and had suffered more particularly from thirst. They all showed that they had been greatly impressed by our uninterrupted artillery fire, the feeble response of their own guns, and the extent of their losses. Here, by way of specimen, is what was set down by a reserve lieutenant of the 90th Regiment of Infantry, 10th Corps. Quote, "Yesterday I had 16 men killed by high explosive bombs. The trench was nearly filled up. Extreme activity of the French howitzers. Our artillery fires shrapnel, but unfortunately does not get the range. B was also killed. The 2nd Battalion, too, has had heavy losses. It is frightful, those confounded high explosive shells. The weather is becoming fine again. If only it would rain again, or fog would come. As it is, the aviators will arrive, and we shall have more high explosive bombs and flak firing on the trenches. Abominable fine weather. Fog, fog, come to our assistance." End quote. It is difficult to estimate precisely the German losses. Certain indications, however, serve to indicate their extent. A Wiesefeldwebel declares that he is the only man remaining out of his company. A soldier of the 3rd Battalion of the 123rd Regiment, engaged on the 26th, states that his regiment was withdrawn from the front after only 2 days' fighting because its losses were too great. The 118th Regiment relieved in the trenches the 158th Regiment after it had been reduced to 15 or 20 men per company. Certain units disappeared completely, as for instance the 27th Reserve Regiment and the 52nd Regular Regiment, which by the evening of the 25th had left in our hands the first 13 officers and 933 men, the second 21 officers and 927 men. In order to arrive at the total of the losses, certain figures may serve as an indication. At the beginning of September 1915, The Germans had on the Champagne front 70 battalions. In anticipation of our attack, they brought there, before September 25, 1915, 29 battalions. This makes 99 battalions, representing, if account be taken of the corresponding artillery and pioneer formations, 115,000 men directly engaged. The losses due to the artillery preparation and the first attacks were such that from September 25th to October 15th, 1915, the German General Staff was compelled to renew its effectives almost in their entirety by sending 93 fresh battalions. It may be assumed that the units engaged on September 25th and 26th, 1915, suffered losses amounting to from 60 to 80%, even more for certain corps, which have entirely disappeared. The new units brought into line for the counterattacks and subjected in connection with these to an incessant bombardment lost 50% of their effectives, if not more. We think we shall be understating the case if we set down 140,000 men as the sum of the German losses in Champagne. Account must be taken of the fact that of this number the proportion of slightly wounded men able to recuperate rapidly and return to the front is, in the case of the Germans, very much below the average proportion in connection with other engagements by reason of the fact that they were unable to gather up their wounded and thus left in our hands nearly the whole of the troops entrusted with the defense of the first position. All those who lived through the engagements of the Battle of Champagne experienced the sensation of victory. The aspect of the battlefield, the long columns of prisoners, the look in the eyes of our soldiers, their animation and their enthusiasm, all this gave expression to the importance of a success which the Generalissimo recognized in these terms. Quote, Grand Headquarters, October 5th, 1915. The Commander-in-Chief addresses to the troops under his orders the expression of his profound satisfaction at the results obtained up to the present day by the attacks. 25,000 prisoners, 350 officers, 150 guns, a quantity of material which it has not yet been possible to gauge, are the trophies of a victory, the echo of which throughout Europe indicates its importance. The sacrifices willingly made have not been in vain. All have been able to take part in the common task. The present is a sure guarantee to us of the future. The Commander-in-Chief is proud to command the finest troops France has ever known. J. Joffre. End quote. Of all the brutal atrocities perpetrated by the Germans in Belgium, none aroused such worldwide horror and execration as the murder of Edith Cavell, an English nurse, on the charge of aiding English and Belgian soldiers who escaped from Belgium in order to rejoin their respective armies. End of section 21. Section 22 of World's War Events by Francis J. Reynolds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. The Tragedy of Edith Cavell, Brand Whitlock. One day in August, it was learned at the legation that an English nurse named Edith Cavell had been arrested by the Germans. I wrote a letter to the Baron von der Lincken to ask if it was true that Miss Cavell had been arrested, and saying that if it were, I should request that Maître de Lavelle, the legal counselor of the legation, be permitted to see her and to prepare for her defense. There was no reply to this letter, and on September 10th, I wrote a second letter, repeating the questions and the requests made in the first. On the 12th of September, I had a reply from the Baron stating that Miss Cavell had been arrested on the 5th of August, that she was confined in the prison of St. Gilles, that she had admitted having hidden English and French soldiers in her home, as well as Belgians, of an age to bear arms, all anxious to get to the front, that she had admitted also having furnished these soldiers with money to get to France, and had provided guides to enable them to cross the Dutch frontier. That the defense of Miss Cavell was in the hands of Mater Thomas Brown, and that inasmuch as the German government, on principle, would not permit accused persons to have any interviews whatever, he could not obtain permission from Maître de Lavelle to visit Miss Cavell as long as she was in solitary confinement. For one of our Anglo-Saxon race and legal traditions to understand conditions in Belgium during the German occupation, it is necessary to banish resolutely from the mind every conception of right we have inherited from our ancestors, conceptions long since crystallized into inimitable principles of law and confirmed in our charters of liberty. In the German mentality, these conceptions do not exist. They think in other sequences. They act according to another principle, if it is a principle, the conviction that there is only one right, one privilege, and that it belongs exclusively to Germany, the right, namely, to do whatever they have the physical force to do. These so-called courts, of whose arbitrary and irresponsible and brutal nature I have tried to convey some notion, were mere inquisitorial bodies, guided by no principles save that of interest in their own bloody nature. They did as they pleased, and would have scorned a Jeffreys as too lenient, a Lynch as too formal, a Spanish auto da fe as too technical, and a tribunal of the French Revolution as soft and sentimental. Before them, the accused had literally no rights, not even to present a defense, and if he was permitted to speak in his own behalf, it was only as a generous and liberal favor. It was before such a court that Edith Cavell was to be arraigned. I had asked Maître de Lavelle to provide for her defense, and on his advice, inasmuch as Maître Brown was already of counsel in the case, chosen by certain friends of Miss Cavell, I invited him into consultation. Edith Cavell was a frail and delicate little woman about 40 years of age. She had come to Brussels some years before the war to exercise her calling as a trained nurse. She soon became known to the leading physicians of the capital and nursed in the homes of the leading families. But she was ambitious and devoted to her profession, and ere long had entered a nursing home in the Rue de la Clinique, where she organized for Dr. Depage a training school for nurses. She was a woman of refinement and education. She knew French as she knew her own language. She was deeply religious, with a conscience almost Puritan, and was very stern with herself in what she conceived to be her duty. In her training school, she showed great executive ability, was firm in matters of discipline, and brought it to a high state of efficiency. And everyone who knew her in Brussels spoke of her with that unvarying term of respect which her noble character inspired. Some time before the trial, Maître Thomas Brown announced to the legation that for personal reasons he would be obliged to withdraw from the case, and asked that someone else appear for Miss Cavell. We engaged Maître Sadi Kirschen. It was the morning of Thursday, October 7th, that the case came before the court-martial in the Senate chamber, where the military trials always took place, and Miss Cavell was arraigned with the Princess de Croix, the Countess de Belleville, and 32 others. The accused were seated in a circle facing the court in such a way that they could neither see nor communicate with their own counsel, who were compelled to sit behind them. Nor could they see the witnesses, who were also placed behind them. The charge brought against the accused was that of having conspired to violate the German military penal code, punishing with death those who conduct troops to the enemy. We have no record of that trial. We do not know all that occurred there behind the closed doors of that Senate chamber, where for 80 years laws based on another and more enlightened principle of justice had been discussed. Miss Cavell did not know, or knew only in the vaguest manner, the offense with which she was charged. She did not deny having received at her hospital English soldiers whom she nursed and to whom she gave money. She did not deny that she knew they were going to try to cross the border into Holland. She even took a patriotic pride in the fact. She was very calm. She was interrogated in German, a language she did not understand, but the questions and responses were translated into French. Her mind was very alert, and she was entirely self-possessed, and frequently rectified any inexact details and statements that were put to her. When, in her interrogatory, She was asked if she had not aided English soldiers left behind after the early battles of the preceding autumn about Mons and Charleroi. She said yes, they were English, and she was English, and she would help her own. The answer seemed to impress the court. They asked her if she had not helped 20. Yes, she said, more than 20, 200. English? No, not all English, French and Belgians too. But the French and Belgians were not of her own nationality, said the judge, and that made a serious difference. She was subjected to a nagging interrogatory. One of the judges said that she had been foolish to aid the English because, he said, the English are ungrateful. No, replied Miss Cavell, the English are not ungrateful. How do you know they are not? Asked the inquisitor. Because, she answered, some of them have written to me from England to thank me. It was a fatal admission on the part of the tortured little woman. Under the German military law, her having helped soldiers to reach Holland, a neutral country, would have been a less serious offense. But to aid them to reach an enemy country, and especially England, was the last offense in the eyes of the German military court. The trial was concluded on Saturday, and on Sunday one of the nurses in Miss Cavell's school came to tell me that there was a rumor about town that the prosecuting officer had asked the court to pronounce a sentence of death in the cases of the Princess de Croix, the Countess de Belleville, and of Miss Cavell, and of several others. I remember to have said to Maître de Lavelle, when he came up to my room to report the astounding news, quote, that's only the usual exaggeration of the prosecutor. They all ask for the extreme penalty everywhere when they sum up their cases. End quote. Yes, said Maître de Lavelle, and in German courts they always get it. Maître de Lavelle sent a note to Maître Kirschen, asking him to come on Monday at 8:30 o'clock to the legation or to send a word regarding Miss Cavell. Maître Kirschen did not send Maître de Lavelle the word he had requested, and on that Sunday, de Lavelle saw another lawyer who had been on the case and could tell him what had taken place at the trial. The lawyer thought that the court-martial would not condemn Miss Cavell to death. At any rate, no judgment had been pronounced, and the judges themselves did not appear to be in agreement. On Monday, the 11th of October, at 8:30 in the morning, Maître de Lavelle went to the Politische Abteilung in the Rue Lambermont and found Conrad. He spoke to him of the case of Miss Cavell and asked that, now that the trial had taken place, he and the Reverend Mr. Gahan, the rector of the English Church, be allowed to see Miss Cavell. Conrad said he would make inquiries and inform de Lavelle by telephone and by one of the messengers of the legation who that morning happened to deliver some papers to the Politische Abteilung. Conrad sent word that neither the Reverend Mr. Gahan nor Maître de Lavelle could see Miss Cavell at that time, but that Maître de Lavelle could see her as soon as the judgment had been pronounced. At 11:30 o'clock on the Monday morning, Maître de Lavelle himself telephoned to Conrad, who repeated this statement. The judgment had not yet been rendered, he said, and Maître de Lavelle asked him to let him know as soon as the judgment had been pronounced, so that he might go to see Miss Cavell. Conrad promised this, but added that even then the Reverend Mr. Gahan could not see her, because there were German Protestant pastors at the prison, and that if Miss Cavell needed spiritual advice or consolation, she could call on them. Conrad concluded this conversation by saying that the judgment would be rendered on the morrow, that is, on Tuesday or the day after, and that even when it had been pronounced, it would have to be signed by the military governor, and that the legation would be kept informed. At 12:10 on the Monday, not having received any news from Maître Kirschen, Maître de Lavelle went to his house, but did not find him there, and left his card. At 12:20 o'clock, Maître de Lavelle went to the house of the lawyer to whom reference has already been made, and left word for him to go to his home. At 4 o'clock that afternoon, the lawyer arrived at the legation and said that he had been to see the Germans at 11 o'clock, and that there he had been told no judgment would be pronounced before the following day. Before leaving the legation to go home, Maître de Lavelle told to Gibson all that had happened and asked him to telephone again to Conrad before going home himself. Then, at intervals all day long, the inquiry had been repeated, and the same response was made. Monday evening at 6:20 Belgian time, Topping, one of the clerks of the legation, with Gibson standing by, again called Conrad on the telephone, again was told that the judgment had not been pronounced and that the political department would not fail to inform the legation the moment the judgment was confirmed, and the chancellery was closed for the night. At 9 that Monday evening, Maître de Lavelle appeared suddenly at the door of my chamber. His face was deadly pallid. He said that he had just heard from the nurse who kept him informed that the judgment had been confirmed and that the sentence of death had been pronounced on Miss Cavell at 4:30 that afternoon, and that she was to be shot at 2 the next morning. It seemed preposterous, especially the immediate execution of sentence. There had always been time at least to prepare and present a plea for mercy. To condemn a woman in the evening and then to hurry her out to be shot before another dawn. Impossible. It could not be. But no, Maître de Lavelle was certain. That evening he had gone home and was writing at his table when about 8 two nurses were introduced. One was Miss Wilkinson, little and nervous, all in tears. The other, taller and more calm. Miss Wilkinson said that she had just learned that the judgment of the court condemned Miss Cavell to death, that the judgment had been read to her in her cell at 4:30 that afternoon, and that the Germans were going to shoot her that night at 2:00. Maître de Lavelle told her that it was difficult to believe such news, since twice he had been told that the judgment had not been rendered, and that it would not be rendered before the following day. But on her reiteration that she had this news from a source that was absolutely certain, de Lavelle left at once with her and her friends and came to the legation. And there he stood, pale and shaken. Even then I could not believe. It was too preposterous. Surely a stay of execution would be granted. Already in the afternoon, in some premonition, Maître de Lavelle had prepared a plea for mercy to be submitted to the Governor-General and a letter of transmittal to present to the Baron von der Lancken. I asked Maître de Lavelle to bring me these documents, and I signed them. And then, at the last minute, on the letter addressed to von der Lancken, I wrote these words. My dear Baron, I am too sick to present my request to you in person, but I appeal to your generosity of heart to support it and save this unfortunate woman from death. Have pity on her. I told Maître de Lavelle to send Joseph at once to hunt up Gibson to present my plea, and if possible to find the Marquis de Villelabour and to ask him to support it with the Baron von der Lancken. Gibson was dining somewhere. We did not know where Villelabour was. The Politische Abteilung in the Ministry of Industry, where Baron von der Lancken lived, was only 6 blocks away. The Governor-General was in his chateau at Trois-Fontaines, 10 miles away, playing bridge that evening. Maître de Lavelle went, and I waited. The nurses from Miss Cavell's school were waiting in a lower room. Other nurses came for news. They too had heard, but could not believe. Then the Reverend Mr. H. Sterling T. Gann, the British chaplain at Brussels and pastor of the English Church, came. He had a note from someone at the St. Gilles prison, a note written in German saying simply, quote, "Come at once. Someone is about to die." End quote. He went away to the prison. His frail, delicate little wife remained at the legation, and there, with my wife and Miss Larner, sat with those women all that long evening, trying to comfort them, to reassure them. Outside, a cold rain was falling. Up in my chamber, I waited. A stay of execution would be granted, of course. They always were. There was not, in our time, anywhere, a court, even a court-martial, that would condemn a woman to death at 4:30 in the afternoon and hurry her out and shoot her before dawn, not even a German court-martial. When Mr. Gann arrived at the prison that night, Miss Cavell was lying in the narrow cot in her cell. She arose, drew on a dressing gown, folded it about her thin form, and received him calmly. She had never expected such an end to the trial, but she was brave and was not afraid to die. The judgment had been read to her that afternoon, there in her cell. She had written letters to her mother in England and to certain of her friends, and entrusted them to the German authorities. She did not complain of her trial. She had avowed all, she said, and it is one of the saddest, bitterest ironies of the whole tragedy that she seems not to have known that all she had avowed was not sufficient, even under German law, to justify the judgment passed upon her. The German chaplain had been kind, and she was willing for him to be with her at the last, if Mr. Gahan could not be. Life had not been all happy for her, she said, and she was glad to die for her country. Life had been hurried, and she was grateful for these weeks of rest in prison. Patriotism is not enough, she said. I must have no hatred and no bitterness toward anyone. She received the sacrament. She had no hatred for anyone, and she had no regrets. In the touching report that Mr. Gahan made, there is a statement, one of the last that Edith Cavell ever made, which, in its exquisite pathos, illuminates the whole of that life of stern duty, of human service and martyrdom. She said that she was grateful for the 6 weeks of rest she had just before the end. During those weeks she had read and reflected. Her companions in her solace were her Bible, her prayer book, and the Imitation of Christ. The notes she made in these books reveal her thoughts in that time and will touch the uttermost depths of any nature nourished in that beautiful faith which is at once so tender and so austere. The prayer book were those laconic entries on its flyleaf in which she set down the sad and eloquent chronology of her fate, the copy of the Imitation which she had read and marked during those weeks in prison, weeks which, as she so pathetically said, had given her rest and quiet and time to think in a life that had been so hurried, and the passages noted in her firm hand have a deep and appealing pathos. Just before the end, too, as I have said, she wrote a number of letters. She forgot no one. Among the letters that she left, one was addressed to the nurses of her school, and there was a message for a girl who was trying to break herself of the morphine habit. Miss Cavell had been trying to help her, and she sent her word to be brave, and that if God would permit, she would continue to try to help her. Midnight came, and Gibson, with a dark face, and de Lavelle, paler than ever. There was nothing to be done. De Lavelle had gone to Gibson, and together they went in search of the Marquis, whom they found at Baron Lambert's, where he had been dining. He and Baron Lambert and Monsieur Franqui were over their coffee. The three, the Marquis, Gibson, and de Lavelle, then went to the Rue Lambermont. The little ministry was closed and dark. No one was there. They rang and rang again, and finally the concierge appeared. No one was there, he said. They insisted. The concierge at last found a German functionary who came down, stood staring stupidly. Everyone was gone. Son Excellence was at the theater. At what theater? He did not know. They urged him to go and find out. He disappeared inside, went up and down stairs 2 or 3 times, finally came out and said that he was at Le Bois Sacré. They explained that the presence of the Baron was urgent and asked the man to go for him. They turned over the motor to him, and he mounted on the box beside Eugene. They reached the little variety theater there in the Rue d'Arenberg. The German functionary went in and found the Baron, who said he could not come before the piece was over. All this while Villalobar, Gibson, and de Lavelle were in the salon at the ministry, the room of which I have spoken so often as the Yellow Salon, because of the satin upholstery of its Louis XVI furniture of white lacquer, that bright, almost laughing little salon, all done in the gayest, lightest tones, where so many little dramas were played. All 3 of them were deeply moved and very anxious, the eternal contrast, as de Lavelle said, between things and sentiments. Lancken entered at last, very much surprised to find them. He was accompanied by Count Harrich and by the young Baron von Falkenhausen. "What is it, gentlemen?" he said. "Has something serious happened?" They told him why they were there, and Lancken, raising his hand, said, "Impossible." He had vaguely heard that afternoon of a condemnation for spying, but he did not know that it had anything to do with the case of Miss Cavell, and in any event, it was impossible that they would put a woman to death that night. "Who has given you this information?" "Because to come and disturb me at such an hour, you must have actual information," he said. De Lavelle replied, "Without doubt I consider it so, but I must refuse to tell you from whom I received the information. Besides, what difference does it make? If the information is true, our presence at this hour is justified. If it is not true, I am ready to take the consequences of my mistake." The Baron grew irritated. "What," he said, "is it on the hint of mere rumor that you come and disturb me at such an hour, me and these gentlemen? No, no, gentlemen, this news cannot be true. Orders are never executed with such precipitation, especially when a woman is concerned. Come and see me tomorrow. Besides, how do you think that at this hour I can obtain any information? The Governor-General must certainly be sleeping." Gibson, or one of them, suggested to him that a very simple way of finding out would be to telephone to the prison. "Quite right," said he. "I had not thought of that." He went out, was gone a few minutes, and came back embarrassed, so they said, even a little bit ashamed, for he said, "You are right, gentlemen. I have heard by telephone that Miss Cavell has been condemned, and that she will be shot tonight." Then de Lavelle drew out the letter that I had written to the Baron and gave it to him, and he read it in an undertone, with a little sardonic smile, de Lavelle said, and when he had finished, he handed it back to de Lavelle and said, "But it is necessary to have a plea for mercy at the same time." "Here it is," said de Lavelle, and gave him the document. Then they all sat down. I could see the scene as it was described to me by Villalobar, by Gibson, by de Lavelle, in that pretty little Louis XVI salon that I knew so well. Lankin giving way to an outburst of feeling against that spy, as he called Miss Cavell, and Gibson and de Lavelle by turns pleading with him, the Marquis sitting by. It was not a question of spying, as they pointed out. It was a question of the life of a woman, a life that had been devoted to charity, to helping others. She had nursed wounded soldiers. She had even nursed German wounded at the beginning of the war. And now she was accused of but one thing, having helped English soldiers make their way toward Holland. She may have been imprudent. She may have acted against the laws of the occupying power. But she was not a spy. She was not even accused of being a spy. She had not been convicted of spying, and she did not merit the death of a spy. They sat there pleading, Gibson and de Lavelle, bringing forth all the arguments that would occur to men of sense and sensibility. Gibson called Lincoln's attention to their failure to inform the legation of the sentence, of their failure to keep the word that Conrad had given. He argued that the offense charged against Miss Cavell had long since been accomplished, that as she had been for some weeks in prison, a slight delay in carrying out the sentence could not endanger the German cause. He even pointed out the effect such a deed as the summary execution of the death sentence against a woman would have upon public opinion, not only in Belgium, but in America and elsewhere. He even spoke of the possibility of reprisals. But it was all in vain. Baron von der Lancken explained to them that the military governor, that is, General von Saubersweg, was the supreme authority in matters of this sort, that an appeal from his decision lay only to the emperor, that the governor-general himself had no authority to intervene in such cases, and that under the provisions of German martial law, it lay within the discretion of the military governor whether he would accept or refuse an appeal for clemency. And then Villalobar suddenly cried out, "Oh, come now, it's a woman. You can't shoot a woman like that." The Baron paused, was evidently moved. "Gentlemen," he said, "it is past 11 o'clock. What can be done?" It was only von Saubersweg who could act, he had said, and they urged the Baron to go see von Saubersweg. Finally, he consented. While he was gone, Villalobar, Gibson, and de Lavelle repeated to Harrich and von Falkenhausen all the arguments that might move them. Von Falkenhausen was young. He had been to Cambridge in England, and he was touched, though of course he was powerless. And de Lavelle says that when he gave signs of showing pity, Harish cast a glance at him so that he said nothing more. And then Harish said, "The life of one German soldier seems to us much more important than that of all these old English nurses." At last Lincoln returned and standing there announced, "I am exceedingly sorry, but the governor tells me that only after due reflection was the execution decided upon, and that he will not change his decision. Under his prerogative, he even refuses to receive the plea for mercy. Therefore, no one, not even the emperor, can do anything for you." With this, he handed my letter and the requête en grâce back to Gibson. There was a moment of silence in the yellow salon. Then Villalobar sprang up and, seizing Lankin by the shoulder, said to him in an energetic tone, "Baron, I wish to speak to you." "It is useless," began Lankin, but the old Spanish pride had been mounting in the Marquis, and he literally dragged the tall von der Lancken into a little room nearby, and then voices were heard in sharp discussion, and even through the partition the voice of Villalobar. "It is idiotic, this thing you are going to do. You will have another Louvain." A few moments later they came back, Villalobar in silent rage, Lankin very red, and as de Laval said, without another word, dumb in consternation, filled with an immense despair, they came away. I heard the report, and they withdrew. A little while, and I heard the street door open. The women who had waited all that night went out into the rain. The rain had ceased, and the air was soft and warm the next morning. The sunlight shone through an autumn haze, but over the city the horror of the dreadful deed hung like a pall. 26 others were condemned with Miss Cavell, 4 of whom were sentenced to death: Philippe Bouc, an architect of Brussels; Louise Thoules, a school teacher at Lille; Louis Severin, a pharmacist of Brussels; and the Countess Jeanne de Belleville of Montigny-sur-Roche; Harman Capian, a civil engineer of Wasmus; Mrs. Ada Bodart of Brussels; Albert Liebitz, a lawyer of Wasmus; and Georges Dervaux, a pharmacist of Pâturage, were sentenced each to 15 years penal servitude at hard labor. The Princess Maria de Croix was sentenced to 10 years penal servitude at hard labor. 17 others were sentenced to hard labor, or to terms of imprisonment of from 2 to 5 years. The 8 remaining were acquitted. All day long, sad and solemn groups stood under the trees in the boulevards amid the falling leaves, discussing the crime in horrified tones. The horror of it pervaded the house. I found my wife weeping at evening. No need to ask what was the matter. The wife of the chaplain had been there, with some detail of Miss Cavell's last hours, how she had arisen wearily from her cot at the coming of the clergyman, drawing her dressing gown about her thin throat. I sent a note to Baron von der Lancken asking that the Governor-General permit the body of Miss Cavell to be buried by the American legation and the friends of the dead girl. In reply, he came himself to see me in the afternoon. He was very solemn and said that he wished to express his regret in the circumstances, but that he had done all he could. The body, he said, had already been interred, with respect and with religious rites, in a quiet place, and under the law it could not be exhumed without an order from the imperial government. The Governor-General himself had gone to Berlin. And then came Villalobar, and I thanked him for what he had done. He told me much and described the scene the night before in that anteroom with Lincoln. The Marquis was much concerned about the Countess Jeanne de Belleville and Madame Thoules, both French, and hence protégés of his, condemned to die within 8 days. But I told him not to be concerned, that the effect of Miss Cavell's martyrdom did not end with her death. It would procure other liberations, this among them. The thirst for blood had been slaked, and there would be no more executions in that group. It was the way of the law of blood vengeance. We talked a long time about the tragedy and about the even larger tragedy of the war. "We are getting old," he said. "Life is going, and after the war, if we live in that new world, we shall be of the old. The new generation will push us aside. Gibson and de Lavelle prepared reports of the whole matter, and I sent them by the next courier to our embassy at London. But somehow that very day the news got into Holland and shocked the world. Richards of the CRB, just back from The Hague, said that they had already heard of it there and were filled with horror. And even the Germans, who seemed always to do a deed and to consider its effect afterward, knew that they had another Louvain, another Lusitania, for which to answer before the bar of civilization. The lives of the 3 others remaining, of the 5 condemned to death, were ultimately spared, as I had told Villa-Lobar they would be. The King of Spain and the President of the United States made representations at Berlin in behalf of the Countess de Belleville and Madame Thoules, and their sentences were commuted to imprisonment, as was that of Louis Severin, the Brussels druggist. The storm of universal loathing and reprobation for the deed was too much, even for the Germans. In an earlier chapter, we have read of the beginning of the attempt to cross the Dardanelles and to capture the peninsula of Gallipoli. After great losses and terrible suffering had been endured in these attempts, it was decided in December 1915 by the British war authorities that further sacrifices were not justified. Preparations were accordingly made to abandon the enterprise. How these plans were carried out is told in the chapter following. End of section 22. Section 23 of World's War Events by Francis J. Reynolds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Gallipoli Abandoned, General Sir Charles C. Monro. On October 20th, 1915, in London, I received instructions to proceed as soon as possible to the Near East and take over the command of the Mediterranean Expeditionary Force. My duty on arrival was in broad outline: A. To report on the military situation on the Gallipoli Peninsula; B. To express an opinion whether on purely military grounds the peninsula should be evacuated or another attempt made to carry it; C. The number of troops that would be required: 1. To carry the peninsula; 2. To keep the strait open; and 3. To take Constantinople. The positions occupied by our troops presented a military situation unique in history. The mere fringe of the coastline had been secured. The beaches and piers upon which they depended for all requirements in personnel and material were exposed to registered and observed artillery fire. Our entrenchments were dominated almost throughout by the Turks. The possible artillery positions were insufficient and defective. The force, in short, held a line possessing every possible military defect. The position was without depth. The communications were insecure and dependent on the weather. No means existed for the concealment and deployment of fresh troops destined for the offensive, while the Turks enjoyed full powers of observation, abundant artillery positions, and they'd been given the time to supplement the natural advantages which the position presented by all the devices at the disposal of the field engineer. Another material factor came prominently before me. The troops on the peninsula had suffered much from various causes: exposure to shell fire, disease, the dearth of competent officers owing to earlier losses, and makeshifts due to the attachment of yeomanry and mounted brigades to the territorial divisions. Other arguments, irrefutable in their conclusions, convinced me that a complete evacuation was the only wise course to pursue. On November 21st, 1915, the peninsula was visited by a storm said to be nearly unprecedented for the time of the year. The storm was accompanied by torrential rain, which lasted for 24 hours. This was followed by hard frost and a heavy blizzard. In the areas of the Eighth Corps and the Anzac Corps, the effects were not felt to a very marked degree, owing to the protection offered by the surrounding hills. The Ninth Corps was less favorably situated. The watercourses in this area became converted into surging rivers, which carried all before them. The water rose in many places to the height of the parapets, and all means of communications were prevented. The men, drenched as they were by the rain, suffered from the subsequent blizzard most severely. Large numbers collapsed from exposure and exhaustion, and in spite of untiring efforts that were made to mitigate the suffering, I regret to announce that there were 200 deaths from exposure and over 10,000 sick evacuated during the first few days of December. From reports given by deserters, it is probable that the Turks suffered even to a greater degree. The problem with which we were confronted was the withdrawal of an army of a considerable size from positions in no cases more than 300 yards from the enemy's trenches, and its embarkation on open beaches, every part of which was within effective range of Turkish guns, and from which, in winds from the south or southwest, the withdrawal of troops was not possible. I came to the conclusion that our chances of success were infinitely more probable if we made no departure of any kind from the normal life which we were following, both on sea and on land. A feint which did not fully fulfill its purpose would have been worse than useless, and there was the obvious danger that the suspicions of the Turks would be aroused by our adoption of a course the real purport of which could not have been long disguised. Rapidity of action was imperative, having in view the unsettled weather which might be expected in the Aegean. The success of our operations was entirely dependent on weather conditions. Even a mild wind from the south or southwest was found to raise such a groundswell as to greatly impede communication with the beaches, while anything in the nature of a gale from this direction could not fail to break up the piers, wreck the small craft, and thus definitely prevent any steps being taken toward withdrawal. Throughout the period December 10th to 18th, 1915, the withdrawal proceeded under the most auspicious conditions, and the morning of December 18, 1915, found the positions both at Anzac and Suvla reduced to the numbers determined, while the evacuation of guns, animals, stores, and supplies had continued most satisfactorily. It was imperative, of course, that the front-line trenches should be held, however lightly, until the very last moment, and that the withdrawal from these trenches should be simultaneous throughout the line. The good fortune which had attended the evacuation continued during the night of the 19th to 20th. The night was perfectly calm, with a slight haze over the moon, an additional stroke of good luck, as there was a full moon on that night. Soon after dark, the covering ships were all in position, and the final withdrawal began. At 1:30 a.m., the withdrawal of the rear parties commenced from the front trenches at Suvla and the left of Anzac. Those on the right of Anzac, who were nearer the beach, remained in position until 2 a.m. By 5:30 a.m., the last man had quit the trenches. At Anzac, 4 18-pounder guns, 2 5-inch howitzers, 1 4.7 naval gun, 1 anti-aircraft, and 2 3-pounder Hotchkiss guns were left, but they were destroyed before the troops finally embarked. In addition, 56 mules, a certain number of carts, mostly stripped of their wheels, and some supplies which were set on fire were also abandoned. At Suvla, every gun, vehicle, and animal was embarked, and all that remained was a small stock of supplies, which were burned. On December 28, 1915, your lordship's telegram ordering the evacuation of Hellas was received, whereupon, in view of the possibility of bad weather intervening, I instructed the general officer commanding Dardanelles' army to complete the operation as rapidly as possible. He was reminded that every effort conditional on not exposing the personnel to undue risk should be made to save all 60-pounder and 18-pounder guns, 6-inch and 4.5 howitzers, with their ammunition and other accessories, such as mules and AT carts, limbered wagons, etc. At a meeting which was attended by the Vice Admiral and the General Officer commanding Dardanelles' army, I explained the course which I thought we should adopt to again deceive the Turks as to our intentions. The situation on the peninsula had not materially changed owing to our withdrawal from Suvla and Anzac, except that there was a marked increased activity in aerial reconnaissance over our positions and the islands of Mudros and Imbros, and that hostile patrolling of our trenches was more frequent and daring. The most apparent factor was that the number of heavy guns on the European and Asiatic shores had been considerably augmented, and that these guns were more liberally supplied with German ammunition, the result of which was that our beaches were continuously shelled, especially from the Asiatic shore. I gave it as my opinion that in my judgment I did not regard a feint as an operation offering any prospect of success, and it was decided the Navy should do their utmost to pursue a course of retaliation against the Turkish batteries, but to refrain from any unusually aggressive attitude should the Turkish guns remain quiescent. General Sir W. Birdwood had, in anticipation of being ordered to evacuate Helles, made such complete and far-seeing arrangements that he was able to proceed without delay to the issue of the comprehensive orders which the consummation of such a delicate operation in war requires. The evacuation, following the same system as was practiced at Suvla and Anzac, proceeded without delay. The French infantry remaining on the peninsula were relieved on the night of January 1 to 2, 1916, and were embarked by the French Navy on the following nights. Progress, however, was slower than had been hoped, owing to delays caused by accident in the weather. One of our largest horse ships was sunk by a French battleship, whereby the withdrawal was considerably retarded, and at the same time strong winds sprang up which interfered materially with work on the beaches. The character of the weather now setting in offered so little hope of a calm period of any duration that General Sir W. Birdwood arranged with Admiral Sir J. D. Roebuck for the assistance of some destroyers in order to accelerate the progress of re-embarkation. Meanwhile, the 8th Corps had maintained the offensive spirit in bombing and minor operations with which they had established the moral superiority they enjoyed over the enemy. On December 29, 1915, the 52nd Division completed the excellent work which they had been carrying out for so long by capturing a considerable portion of the Turkish trenches and by successfully holding these in the face of repeated counterattacks. The shelling of our trenches and beaches, however, increased in frequency and intensity, and the average daily casualties continued to increase. On January 7, 1916, the enemy developed heavy artillery fire on the trenches held by the 13th Division, while the Asiatic guns shelled those occupied by the Royal Naval Division. The bombardment, which was reported to be the heaviest experienced since we landed in April, lasted from noon until 5 p.m. and was intensive between 3 and 3:30 p.m. January 8, 1916 was a bright, calm day, with a light breeze from the south. There was every indication of the continuance of favorable conditions, and in the opinion of the meteorological officer, no important change was to be expected for at least 24 hours. The Turkish artillery was unusually inactive. All preparations for the execution of the final stage were complete. About 7 p.m., the breeze freshened considerably from the southwest, the most unfavorable quarter, but the first trip, timed for 8 p.m., was dispatched without difficulty. The wind, however, continued to rise until, by 11 p.m., the connecting pier between the hulks and the shore at W Beach was washed away by heavy seas, and further embarkation into destroyers from these hulks became impracticable. In spite of these difficulties, the second trips, which commenced at 11:30 p.m., were carried out well up to time, and the embarkation of guns continued uninterruptedly. Early in the evening, reports had been received from the right flank that a hostile submarine was believed to be moving down the strait, and about midnight, HMS Prince George, which had embarked 2,000 men and was sailing for Mudros, reported she was struck by a torpedo which failed to explode. The indications of the presence of a submarine added considerably to the anxiety for the safety of the troop carriers and made it necessary for the Vice Admiral to modify the arrangements made for the subsequent bombardment of the evacuated positions. At 1:50 a.m., Gully Beach reported that the embarkation at that beach was complete and that the lighters were about to push off. But at 2:10 a.m., a telephone message was received that one of the lighters was aground and could not be refloated. The NTO at once took all possible steps to have another lighter sent in to Gully Beach, and this was, as a matter of fact, done within an hour. But in the meantime, at 2:30 a.m., it was decided to move the 160 men who had been relanded from the grounded lighter to W Beach and embark them there. At 3:30 a.m., the evacuation was complete, and abandoned heaps of stores and supplies were successfully set on fire by time fuses after the last man had embarked. 2 magazines of ammunition and explosives were also successfully blown up at 4 a.m. These conflagrations were apparently the first intimation received by the Turks that we had withdrawn. Red lights were immediately discharged from the enemy's trenches, and heavy artillery fire opened on our trenches and beaches. This shelling was maintained until about 6:30 a.m. Apart from 4 unserviceable 15-pounders which had been destroyed earlier in the month, 10 worn-out 15-pounders, 1 6-inch Mark VII gun, and 6 old heavy French guns, all of which were previously blown up, were left on the peninsula. In addition to the above, 508 animals, most of which were destroyed, and a number of vehicles and considerable quantities of stores, material, and supplies, all of which were destroyed by burning, had to be abandoned. The entire evacuation of the peninsula had now been completed. It demanded for its successful realization 2 important military essentials, viz., good luck and skilled, disciplined organization, and they were both forthcoming to a marked degree at the hour needed. Our luck was in the ascendant by the marvelous spell of calm weather which prevailed, but we were able to turn to the fullest advantage these accidents of fortune. Lieutenant General Sir W. Birdwood and his corps commanders elaborated and prepared the orders in reference to the evacuation with a skill, competence, and courage which could not have been surpassed, and we had a further stroke of good fortune in being associated with Vice Admiral Sir J. D. Roebeck, KCB, Vice Admiral Weems, and a body of naval officers whose work remained throughout this anxious period at that standard of accuracy and professional ability which is beyond the power of criticism or cavil. The form of frightfulness in which the Germans placed the greatest faith was the terrorizing of the inhabitants of unprotected enemy cities by bombs from zeppelins and airplanes. While the objects for which these atrocities were perpetrated were not attained, hundreds of innocent men, women, and children were murdered. The following narrative describes one of these German air raids. End of section 23. Section 24 of World's War Events by Francis J. Reynolds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ted Lienhart. The Death Ship in the Sky, Perriton Maxwell. For 26 years, old Tom Cumbers had held his job as switchman at the Walthamstow Railroad Junction, where the London-bound trains come up from Southend to the great city. It was an important post, and old Tom filled it with stolid British efficiency. A kindly man who felt himself an integral part of the giant railroad system that employed him, old Tom had few interests beyond his work, his white-haired wife, his reeking pipe, and the little 4-room tenement in Walthamstow, which he called home. The latter was one of the thousands of 2-storied rabbit hatches of sooty yellow brick, all alike and all incredibly ugly, which stretch mile upon mile from Walthamstow toward London's tumultuous heart. Within a radius of 4 dun miles, just on the near edge of Epping Forest, the scene in a forgotten day of Robin Hood's adventurings, a section of these huddling homes of the submerged, together with a street of trams and some pathetic shops, constitute this town of Walthamstow. It is a sordid, unlovely place, but for some 10,000 wage strugglers, it is all of England. There are workshops hereabout in which one may mingle one's copious sweat with the grime of machinery and have 14 shillings a week into the bargain, if one is properly skilled and muscular and bovinely plodding. Walthamstow is not the place where one would deliberately choose to live if bread could be earned elsewhere with equal certainty. But for all its dirt and dullness, it has a spot on the map and a meaning in the dull souls of its inhabitants. And here, within half an hour's train travel of the Lord Mayor's mansion and the golden vaults of the Bank of England, transpired on the sweltering night of which I write one of the most witless and appalling tragedies of the present war. Forever memorable in the hitherto colorless calendar of Walthamstow will be this tragedy in the second year of Armageddon. Beyond the stenchful heat stress of it, there was nothing up to 11:30 to mark this night as different from its fellows of the past. From 8 o'clock till 10, the small activities of the town centered chiefly about its tramway terminus, its smudgy station, its 3 or 4 moving picture theaters, and its fetid pubs. On the pavements, in the roadways, and at every crossing, corduroyed men yawned and spat, and slatternly women, most of them with whimpering infants in their arms, talked of shop or household cares and the frailties of their neighbors. Some, more alive to the big events of a clashing world, repeated the meager news of the halfpenny press and dwelt with prideful fervor on the latest bit of heroism reported from the front. Now and again an outburst of raucous humor echoed above the babble of Cockney tongues. The maudlin clamor of "a poor lone liddy whose subbing had deserted her" failed to arouse anyone's curiosity. Ladies in their cups are not a rarity in Walthamstow. In side streets, lads in khaki, many of them fresh from fields of slaughter, somewhere in Flanders, sported boisterously with their factory girl sweethearts or spooned in the shadows. Everywhere, grubby children in scant clothing shrilled and scampered and got in the way. Humidity enveloped the town like a sodden cloak, and its humanity stewed in moist and smelly discomfort. But shortly after 11 o'clock, the whole place became suddenly and majestically still and black. People who go to their work at sunrise cannot afford the extravagance of midnight revelry, and there are few street lamps alight after 10 o'clock in any London suburb in these times of martial law. Walthamstow slept in heated but profound oblivion of its mean existence. Beyond the town lay, like a prostrate giant camel, the heat-blurred silhouette of the classic forest. Low over Walthamstow hung the festoons of flat, humid clouds, menacing storm, but motionless. If there was no disturbance in the clouds themselves, there was among them something very active, something that drilled its way through them with a muffled whirring, something that was oblong and lean and light of texture, that was ominous and menacing for all its buoyancy. The sound it made was too high up, too thickly shrouded by clouds to determine its precise position. It gave forth a breathing of persistent, definite rhythm. This was plainly not the wing stroke of a nocturnal bird, for no bird, big or little, could advertise its flight in such perfect pulsation. And yet it was a bird, a gargantuan, man-made bird with murder in its talons and hatred in its heart. From its steel nest in Germanized Belgium, this whirring monster had soared 8,000 feet and crossed the Channel with little fear of discovery. It had penetrated the English coast somewhere down Sheerness way and over Southend, and then, dropping lower, had sought and found through the haze the tiny train whose locomotive had just fluted its brief salutation to Walthamstow. To the close-cropped men on the Zeppelin, the string of cars far down under their feet, with its side flare from lighted windows, its engine's headlamp, and its sparks, had proved a providential pilotage. They knew that this train was on the main line, and that it would lead them straight to the great Liverpool Street station, and that was London, and it was London's wharfs and ammunition works along the Thames that they had planned to obliterate with their cylinders of mechanical doom. But the moist clouds which aided so materially in hiding the Zeppelin's presence from below also worked for its defeat, insofar as its ultimate objective was concerned, for to keep the guiding train in view, it was compelled to travel lower and yet lower, so low, indeed, as to make it a target for Kitchener's sentinels. Somehow, by sight or intuition or the instant commingling of the two, old Tom Cumbers became aware of the danger above him, for he sprang to his switch, shut off all the cheery blue and white lights along the line, and swung on with a mighty jerk, the ruby signal of danger. The engineer in the onrushing train jammed down his brakes and brought up his locomotive with a complaining, grinding moan 100 yards beyond Walthamstow Station. Tom Cumbers had done a greater thing than any other in all his existence. That by his act the Germans and their speeding skycraft were baffled, there is no doubt. They had lost their trail of fire. Their involuntary guide had disappeared in the gloom. The airmen's long journey had suddenly become fruitless. Their peril from hidden British guns and flying scouts was increased tenfold. The heat of the night was as nothing to the hot surge of disappointment that must have swept the brains of the Zeppelin crew. Their commander, too, must have lost his judgment utterly, forgotten his sense of military effectiveness. Whatever happened, he sacrificed his soul when he turned his cloud ship aside from the railway line, steered over the shabby roofs of Walthamstow, and, at less than 2,000 feet, unloosed his iron dogs of destruction. I have it on the authority of experienced aviators that it is not impossible on a dark night to distinguish buildings of importance like St. Paul's or the Houses of Parliament, or a great gun factory, or a river as broad as the Thames with its uprearing and frequent bridges. The crowding tenements of Walthamstow could have had no semblance to any of these at any height. It would seem a cheap and worthless revenge, then, to wreck an unimportant and defenseless town, having failed to wreck the military nerve center of the world's metropolis. But this is what one of Count Zeppelin's soaring dreadnoughts did in this night, in this blood-drenched year. Like the mirage of a tropical island, the dirigible hung motionless in space for a breathless minute. There was a wavering pinprick of light in the carriage suspended from the Leviathan's belly, a light that fluttered fore and aft as of a man with a fairy lantern running to and fro, giving orders or taking them. Then, faintly discernible against the sky, like a rope hung down for anchorage, came a thin gray streak, the tail of a bomb with all hell in its wake. From somewhere near the town's center, the earth split and roared apart. The world reeled in a brain-shattering crash compounded of all the elements of pain, and hurled from the shoulders of 1,000 thunderclaps smote the senses. It was a blast of sickening and malignant fury. It did not so much stun as it stopped one, stopped the breath and the heart's beat, suspending thought, halting life itself for a fraction of time. One was, somehow, aware of existence, but without sensation. And then came reaction and the realization of what was really taking place. The German's bomb landed fully 10 blocks away, but you would have taken oath in court that it had fallen at your feet, behind you, above you, and into your very brain. An air raid on Walthamstow, which drab town can boast neither ammunition works nor the ownership of war material of any description, could not be at once realized. But here was the cyclonic fact, hideously real, appallingly actual, and there in the heavens was the buoyant Zeppelin maneuvering for further mischief. The reverberation of the first explosion was still grumbling back in Epping Forest when all Walthamstow, rubbing its eyes, tumbled out into the black streets. Men, women, children, all ludicrously clothesless, swarmed aimlessly like bees in an overturned hive. Stark terror gripped them. It distorted their faces and set their legs quivering. The dullest among these toil-dulled people knew what that explosion meant, knew that it was part of the punishment promised by the German foe. Gott strafe England had come to pass, but they could not understand why the enemy had singled them out for such drastic distinction. The more alert and cool-headed of the men battled with their fellows and shouted instructions to get the women folks and the kiddies back indoors and down into their cellars. The night-gowned and pajamaed throng could not be persuaded that safety lay not in sight of the Zeppelin, but away from it. The hypnotism of horror lured them onto where 12 houses lay spread about in smoking chaos, a plateau of blazing and noisome havoc. Somewhere a gas main burst with a roar and drove the crowd back with its choking fumes as no human hands could have done. Women frankly hysterical or swooning were roughly thrust aside. Children shrieking in uncomprehending panic were swept along with the crowd or trodden upon. Lumbering men ran and shouted and cursed and shook hairy fists at the long blot on the clouds. Some of the men leaped over iron palings like startled rabbits and flung themselves in the grass, face downward and quaking. And yet I dare say that most of these would have walked straight into a familiar danger without the waver of an eyelash. It was the unknown peril, the doubt as to how and whence this hurtling death might spring upon them out of the night, that unhinged their manhood. And while Walthamstow's walls went down and great flame tongues sprouted where homes had stood, while the thick, hot air was tortured with agonized and inhuman cries, the enemy up above let loose another bolt. More terrible than the first explosion was, or seemed, this second one. It mowed down 100 shrieking souls, and it was curious to note the lateral action of the blast when it hit a resisting surface. Dynamite explodes with a downward or upward force. Lyddite and nitroglycerin and what-not other devil's own powers act more or less in the same set manner. But the furious ingredients of these bombs hurled on Walthamstow contained stuff that released a discharge which swept all things from it horizontally in a quarter-mile lightning sweep like a scythe of flame. A solid block of shabby villas was laid out as flat as your palm by the explosion of this second bomb. Scarcely a brick was left standing upright. What houses escaped demolition around the edge of the convulsion had their doors and windows splintered into rubbish. The concussion of this chemical frenzy was felt like an earthquake in a 10-mile circle. Wherever the scorching breath of the bombs breathed on stone or metal, it left a sulphurous yellow-white veneer, acrid in odor and smooth to the touch. Whole street lengths of twisted iron railings were coated with this murderous whitewash. Having made sure of its mark, the ravaging Zeppelin rose higher on the discharge of its first bomb and still higher after firing the second. At the safe distance of 4,000 feet, it dropped 3 more shells recklessly, haphazard. One of these bored cleanly through a slate-tiled roof, through furniture and 2 floorings, and burrowed 10 feet into the ground without exploding. This intact shell has since been carefully analyzed by the experts of the Board of Explosions at the British War Office. Another bomb detonated on the steel rails of the Walthamstow tram line and sent them curling skyward from their riveted foundations like serpentine wisps of paper. Great cobblestones were heaved through shop windows and partitions and out into the flower beds of rear gardens. Some of the cobbles were flung through solid attic blinds, and others were catapulted through brick walls a foot in thickness. A hole as big as a moving van burned into the road at one place. In a side street, an impromptu fountain squirted playfully into the dust-burdened air, the result of a central water pipe punctured by a slug from one of the bomb's iron entrails. But these things were not noted until dawn, and comparative peace had returned to Walthamstow, and men could count with some degree the cost of the reckless invasion. Before the clouds had swallowed up the hateful visitant, the noise of its attack had aroused the military guards across Epping Forest. In Chingford village, and aided by a searchlight, the anti-aircraft gun opened its unavailing fire on the Zeppelin. Ineffective, except that its returning shrapnel smashed up several roofs and battered some innocent heads. The Germans had gauged their skyward path to London, along which, apparently, they felt reasonably safe from gun reach, but they had barely headed homeward before a flock of army airplanes, rising from all points of the compass, were in hot pursuit. One of the Britishers was shot down by the men aboard the Zeppelin. Neither speed nor daring counts for much in an encounter between flying machines and swift dirigibles of the latest types. The advantage lies solely with the one that can overfly his adversary. This can be achieved by a biplane or monoplane pilot only if he has a long start from the ground and time enough to surmount his opponent. This is difficult even in daylight with a cloudless sky. Given darkness and clouds, the chances for success are tremendously against the smaller craft. 8 bombs in all were launched on Walthamstow, 2 of them ineffectual. The 6th bomb fell into a field close beside the railway line and worked a hideous wonder. It blew into never-to-be-gathered fragments all that was mortal of old Tom Cumbers, the signalman. They found only his left hand plastered gruesomely against the grassy bank of the railway cut, not a hair nor button else. The great series of attacks by the massed German army against the mighty forces of Verdun began in February 1917 and continued throughout the following months. Taken as a whole, it was the most dramatic effort in all its phases which took place between the German and French forces. The French showed during these terrible months the spirit of devotion and sacrifice which was never excelled during the war. End of section 24. End of World's War Events by Francis J. Reynolds.